Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Um, this is our extra live stream here on the weekend on Saturday. I have been watching the No Kings rally, guys. As you come in here, go ahead and check in, give the video a like, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. I'm going to wait here for some of my patriots to join because I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart personally. Do a test sound here if I can. All right, we should be good. Jim Brett, how are you, my friend? Yeah, it's good to see you here, man. I I've been dealing with some life threats, you know. So it goes for the whole patriots on the left side. They love to insult us instead of communicating with us. They love to hate us instead of working with us. Um, Very sad, honestly, of the way that things are have turned out to be um, with our Patriots. I hope that things get better, my friend. Yeah, I know, man. I fell for it. I fell for it. I fell for it. All right, thanks for the thumbs up. If you haven't done that already, Rat, you got to get it done. Flaco, you fell for MAGA. No, listen, MAGA means make America great again. If you don't know what that means, please don't don't start the chat with ignorance. Give me something good, will you? I want to hear things like you love the United States of America, you love the people, you respect the law, um, you support American patriots, you support the United States being a great nation. That's the things that I want to hear. And it would be nice if you come in with that type of mentality. Let's see. What was that, Flaco? What you fall for. I'm trying to get understanding. Who is naturally ignorant? That doesn't make sense. Go ahead and read that and then retype it, will you? In America first, don't be so defensive. Well, I am protecting America, so that is putting America first. I have to be defensive for America. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I misread it, but it's just not put in the right way. You could say, let me see how if I can decipher this hieroglyphics that you have here. Uh, what you fall for? Trying to get understanding. Trying to understand makes you ignorant. That's what I understood from that comment, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm not to make you feel ignorant. If I ever reply to you with a probably a negative comment, is my reaction to your comment. Hussein, how are you? Assalamu alaikum. Um, Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. I find it very interesting. That I think that not you. Are you one of the leftists? Are you one of the people that are doing the No King protest? If so, well, maybe that's what I'm talking about. Hey, Freshly, how are you, man? How are you? Welcome, welcome, man. How are you? Welcome to the chat. I'm going to tell you, I'm starting this chat today with a little bit of mixed emotions, to be honest. Ken, what's up, baby? I appreciate the love and the support from all my patriot Americans and for all the migrants that are here legally that support this country. Just a little conflicted with emotions, very saddened, to be honest, not upset, a little bit of sadness that we open our conversation to everybody. You know, we are out here in the open, and we try to be reasonable. We try to rationalize things, and we try to make things. We try to make sense of things, and we always say, well, let's communicate. Let's have a conversation and see where we go. But for some reason, some people just thank you, Ken. Thank you, brother. It's always great because you guys come on it. But I mean, personally, brother, I'm telling you, man, I I fear for our nation. I really do. I really do. Um, a nation that doesn't defend its rights, its laws, um, it's in trouble, man. It's in trouble. Cutting edge, welcome, welcome. Good to see my patriots in here, man. I am like this is gonna make a lot of libtards happy. Sometimes I get just as sensitive, as some women. I'm a very strong man with a sensitive soul. That's all that is. But I'm very saddened because I have had to report like five to six, five, yeah, five people to the FBI for making threats on my life and my family. And I don't understand why. Um, I don't sit here and tell people to go and threaten somebody's life. Hey, says, how are you, Trinity? I'm glad you can join. Um, Threatening somebody's life is not a freedom of speech. That goes beyond that. I think threatening somebody's life and their family is a more of a terrorist threat to anybody receiving that message. To some, well, you know what, maybe some of them they're just horsing around, or they think it's funny, or they just don't really understand why um, we are not supposed to do that. We want people to have difference of opinions, but I want to see comments of like, hey, this is going great, this is not going so good because this is happening. But that's not what people say on here. When people come in here start hating, they just start saying bad stuff. American Roadrunner, how are you? Thank you for the hello. I appreciate it. If you guys haven't done so, my Patriot Americans, hit that like button, will you? Let's get this video popping. I have a lot to say today, and we're gonna try to stay on point. We're gonna try to ignore some of the negative comments. Um, I will tell you this: I was watching um, a video that my sister Trinity um, sent to me, and I'm going to have an interview with this young man as well uh, when he has time, and we're going to have a conversation of things that um, you may not understand, and hopefully, having this conversation with him here live on the YouTube channel, you guys will understand why I say the things that I've been saying. Thank you, Trinity, for sharing that link. I think that everything that I've been saying kind of matches with the person that has experience on the other side of the view, as you will. So you will notice that some people will come in here and then just start insulting. I'm not sure what they think that is doing, but it's definitely not creating a conversation. Nonsense. Hello and welcome. Family always first, my friend. Of course, God above all, but family always first. Let's see. David, let's see. What's up, David? David Johnson says, like the young Republicans. Well, I know that Democrats are trying to make this very, very viral to where some text messages, I believe, is what you're talking about, from young Republicans talking about racism, I think it was. Well, I hear every single day a lot of thugs talking about how stupid white people are, and that's racism in itself, how ignorant white people are. And well, that's okay to say, but they're always putting down the white people, and that is racist itself. So, you know what? Those kind of things go around, and that is not going to be a good point for you guys to argue. I wish that you will have a conversation with me. I open the phone lines so that you guys can give me your opinion. Now, don't be abusive. Try to watch your language, because We need to have some sort of conversation. But I'm going to say this: if you talk with me and and you disagree with me, I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm not going to be trying to threaten your life and trying to destroy you. It's not about getting destroyed, but it is about using your common sense. It is about trying to understand each other. And by the looks of it, some of you guys don't even want to do that. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Flaco says, I think a majority is going all right concerning Trump MAGA movement, but I entirely disagree with Israel, the government, not the people. I agree, and I can see why you would say that, Flaco, and our support for them. Too much APAC money. APAC money is nothing, and we have gotten a lot of return for that money. Just so you guys know, we're giving a lot more money to countries that hate us. As Senator Kennedy said, they should hate us for free, and we shouldn't have to be paying them millions and billions of dollars. Let's not forget that we funded Iran, and thanks to that funding, Iran got ballsy and started attacking us. Thanks to that money that we gave them, the Houthis had the balls to fight us. And well, that's where I'm at with that. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why I give Netanyahu a break on this is because Israel historically has been attacked for thousands of years, and you know this, or maybe you don't, but they have been attacked for thousands of years. And when you see your people dying left and right, if it's a couple of people, I get it, unfortunate, but he's seen thousands of his people being killed by this horrible organization. And that's why I give him the benefit of doubt. I can imagine how I will feel about it. If you remember back in 2001, 9/11, you remember when those two twin towers broke down. Every Muslim in the Middle East was dancing, shooting in the air, celebrating the fall of the United States of America, as many have done for many years throughout history. But we don't forget, we remember. And you remember what we did in the Middle East. Was it right? Absolutely not. But these guys claim that they did it. So we went after them and tried to punish them. That's how that works. And so just think about getting attacked over and over and over and over. I don't know what negative thing I can say about Netanyahu. I mean, you're gonna hate this, but if he was as evil as people make him out to believe to be, he would have just annihilated the whole everybody 100% because they can do that. People don't think about that. Just because they are showing mercy and you are allowed to see what's actually happening. Can you imagine if he actually said, fine, if you guys think I did this, let me go all in. And you know what? He will destroy every single body that hates Israel. And he would do that if he wanted to, but he doesn't. He feeds his enemies. He brings them water, sends them messages, calls them, write letters, send his own IDF people in there to go get these people out safely. Most of them get threatened by their own Hamas group, you know, Palestinians, real Palestinians, not the white washout Palestinians that don't know what the hell is going on over here in the States. Those Palestinians over there don't like Hamas. They hate Hamas, but they have nothing to protect themselves. So even Egypt closed the border on them. And these are supposed to be, right? They're supposed to be better than Netanyahu. They closed their border. Other countries closed their border. A lot of people use the victimhood card to take advantage of the places where they go and visit. You look at Europe, for Pete's sakes. It's fresh. It's happening right now. Look at the European, the English, the Brits. They're being rent over. They're being rent over by illegal immigrants, and not just illegal immigrants, but they're very very high extremist Muslims. That's not the kind that you want. You got white people in here putting the cover in their head and say, "Oh, I wear the jihad for Allah." No, it's Allah, not Allah. And they think that they're being righteous by dressing up like it's some sort of Halloween costume party. That's not how it works. and people don't think. I mean, you have to use common sense, man. You gotta, what's going on? Let me see what's happening. I know what I hear, but I want to see what's happening in the news. Let me see it from with my own eyes and see what's going on. Now, if you are in here, you will notice. First of all, let me put some ground rules. If you're gonna be in my channel, please don't be racist. You can say whatever you want to me, but don't be racist. And if you're going to be threatening my life, let me tell you something. Don't do that because we will report you to the FBI. Period. I'm trying to make your life better and safer for you as well. Okay. I want you to be successful. I want you to be prosperous. I want you to be blessed. But I also would like some of that respect back. Now, you can call me a fool. You can call me a seller. You can call me all those names, but at least give me some respect as I give you. If you give me a comment, I'm going to respond to that comment. If you want to give me a compliment, well, I'm going to give you a compliment. That's just how it works. Let me read a comment here from Cutting Edge. I saw you go up there, brother. I know you guys support me. So, in the final line, we're humans and we live and die, no matter what. That's true. Um, so your comment, Flaco, is a lot better. I like that. You have questions and you question Netanyahu, and that's okay to do. And you're right that people are good. There is good and bad people. Trust me, on every culture. So I appreciate that, man. Good job. Mini says I vote for Trump. Good for you. God bless America and America first for us. Let me see. I want to say thank you, Trinity, for being a great moderator. Heath was also, he sent me an email with photos of those people threatening me. And sometimes people get mad at me because I don't answer the comments right away. It's like I don't see everything, guys. I don't see, especially when the chat gets really busy. I can't see all the comments. Let's see. Good Pinder, handsome. Good Pinder. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate compliments anytime I can get them, of course. That's always nice. Finger wants to put in some type of comment. Please do not curse when you call me. You demonetize my channel. You better be putting a $50 super chat in there if you're going to demonetize my channel, okay? I only get like 75 cents for every video that I make in live. So if you're gonna call to do that, I'm just not gonna be able to open the lines for other people. Okay. I don't like the F word. You can say S and you can say shit and hell and even biatch, but don't use the F bomb. Okay. I really appreciate that. Let me see if I got this phone number on here for you. Um, I should have it memorized, to be honest, by now. Trinity, do you have it on hand? It's 425, I think. 853 1155, I think. I think. Yeah, I think I'm going to memorize that number here pretty soon. Ever since we started, hold on, every since we started with smartphones, I don't remember phone numbers anymore. My brain shut that part of my of my thinking down, and I'm sure a lot of you are that way. All right, let's see what you got, brother. All right, thanks for calling. What's your comment, bro?
Hi. Sorry, I'm Finger from chat. Yeah, just to get a sorry.
It's okay.
General understanding. Yeah, I'll try to stay away from cursing.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, feel free, man. Be comfortable. Just we're talking amongst friends, okay? Go for it.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything about you. I'm a college student, so
okay, good.
I just like to ask, like, what's your background? What are you streaming for? What do you like to do? Stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, in my profile, I am a naturally born Honduran. I'm a migrant to this country. I was raised by my mother to be a patriot, servant to the land, where provides for us and the family. Became a resident and then became an American citizen. And I'm just trying to do my part as a person that loves this country and respects the people. I like to fight for it. I want people to speak with the truth. Politicians on both sides, they tell us truth, they lie to us, they use us, they manipulate us. But I'm not going to follow anybody that is against the United States of America. I'm not going to be on the side of people that put Americans last, illegal immigrants first. I see a lot of corruption coming in from migrants that have become citizens, gotten power into Congress. They yell it from the East Coast to the West Coast that they are going to control and transform the United States into a Muslim nation and things like that. So I try to look at both points of views, and then I make my own decision on what I believe. And of course, I believe in God. I just when I call myself a Christian is so that people know that I identify. But my belief is in God, the Holy Trinity, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And I think that pretty much sums it up. So we don't have to go too long. I hope that's enough. What are you
Okay.
thinking? Where are you at?
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for being candid.
Yeah, man.
I am a fourth year university student.
Nice.
I am hoping to study abroad at Japan next year, but other than that, finishing 2 degrees.
Wow.
I've become more politically active just because I'm seeing more and more that's starting to affect my life.
Yeah.
I am a natural born American citizen. I was born in Wisconsin, and just in general, like I see my master's friends, my graduate friends getting research grants taken away for research that they find quite important, usually in the technical area. So it's you know,
Good.
it's getting me to pay more attention to what's going on.
That's very good.
So I actually, like a couple streams back, not your stream specifically, but I was looking at other people.
Yeah, of course.
Like, I guess you could say they were like supporters of Trump or were within the MAGA movement. And one of the messages that I consistently see is Trump 2028. I wanted to ask your opinion on that because last I checked, the president of the United States only has 2 terms that he can serve.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's not going to run for a third term. That's just a joke. But technically, there has been a couple of times I think throughout history that presidents have served 3 terms, and I think that the only reason why people even mention that is because he hasn't done a 2 term consecutively. Normally, people, the presidents they get 2 terms one after another. So there was a possibility, but no, I don't think it's a good idea. Uh, I support Trump not because he's Trump, but because of the actions and what I see him doing and what I see the people around the world how they saw us when we were with Biden and how they see us now that we have Trump. So of course, 2028 is just a joke. Plus, I believe that as great as he is, I love the man, just so you know, and I love him because everybody hates him, and I see him. Not that I'm comparing myself to him because I'm nobody compared to him, to be honest, but he is a person that loves this country. He might be a little bit different than most, but I believe that everything that he fights for this country and for the world. He's the first man that I know that fights for peace and not for war. There hasn't been a president that I can think of that has fought for peace. George Bush, all the Bushes, Clinton, Obama, have fought for war, and not one of them wanted to help the Saudi Arabians to have peace in the Middle East. It was always a slogan, right, on the news, and well, we never really achieved it on our end. But President Trump has done that, and I love this part. And I don't know if you know this. I love this part. He believes saving lives is more important and making money by doing deals. I think that's like an okay way to look at life. He is getting older, so I don't I wouldn't support him going for a third term. I am looking forward to somebody else to step up. Absolutely.
Okay, interesting. So just to make sure because I'm trying to, get an understanding of what you're saying. You said like Trump believes saving lives is more important than making deals.
Yep.
Okay. Then I would ask what your understanding of the situation with the Russo-Ukrainian war is, considering Trump appears to have been led multiple times by Putin, being told by Putin that, oh yeah, everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
But then in the next breath, Putin will go back to bombing Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, as you hear on the press conferences, right? When you hear Putin and you hear Zelensky, they don't like each other, my man. And even though Trump, we can say, hey, if you don't stop it, What are we going to do? Go destroy both of them? We can't pick one over the other. Right now, we're picking Zelensky, obviously, right? But I think that the reason why Trump is, and this is something that he doesn't really want to answer because you kind of give away your hands, right? But me, as a third party viewer, I can tell you that if we go and defend Zelensky, Ukraine, 100%, and we declare war against Russia or China or anybody else for that matter, I think the consequences of starting a World War III when there's a lot of nuclear power out there is not the best thing. So it's hard to stop people that want to continue to fight. Russia wants what they want. Ukraine wants what they want. Is more of an ego thing, and at the end of the day, they're going to be the only ones that can say yes or no. We're going to work with that. But as you heard, President Trump on this last press conference that he had before the dinner that he had with President Zelensky, they're going to have some tomahawks going over there to Ukraine. But we are also concerned about having enough tomahawks for ourselves here in case we have to defend ourselves. So it's not an easy task. I don't think I can, you know, what do you call it? I don't think that I can mediate between two people to stop war like President Trump has. And you have seen that even terrorists, right? They know that if they step out of line, we know how far we can go, but we also know what other enemies are looking at us. So I think he's just being more careful. And even though he thought it was the easiest war that he was going to stop because he is supposed to have friendships with Putin, that turned out to be negative. So President Trump doesn't take that bullshit no more. But at the same time, you have to stay diplomatic. You got to keep your cool, and you cannot show all your playing cards because that's how you lose the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'll go from like a more general perspective on the Russia-Ukrainian war.
Yeah, but we just hope for peace, my friend. Just all we can do is hope for peace always.
Yeah, for peace. Yeah, I'm also aiming for peace. Well, let's see. When you have two people fighting, generally the best idea is to figure out who is the aggressor, I think, right?
Yeah.
Like who went out of their way to go attack the other person.
Yep, that's good.
And I think it's kind of obvious that Russia is the aggressor, considering that they have annexed Crimea in 2014 and Ukraine never got that land back.
I agree.
And now Russia kind of has this kind of screw you shield with the nuclear missiles, which, I think we can agree that the consequences of nuclear war and World War III would be horrendous, but I don't know how we're supposed to help Ukraine if we're going to say, well, Russia has nukes and I don't know, we can help you, but we can't do anything serious unless I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, no, see the way that I look at it, it's Russia, China, North Korea, even India were holding hands not too long ago. Did you watch that? They had that special meeting over there in Russia. I think no, in China, I believe it was. And when you have that many players in there, it's kind of like a gang. You got to know where you can go with it. Like for example, I'll give you this. President Trump knows that China or Russia or India is not going to do anything when we go against Nicolas Maduro and Venezuela. Did you see what China did to Venezuela? They said, nope, we are not going to help you. We don't want nothing to do against the United States right now. You're on your own. So Nicolas Maduro has said that China has betrayed them. And Trump knows that President Xi is not going to overstep because Venezuela might be a customer, might be even a friend of China, but China knows that Venezuela doesn't mean jack squat to them. You know what I'm saying? They got other countries that can be great for their economy as well. So it's not just going against Russia. You have to be ready to go to war against China and North Korea and maybe India. You know the saying, right? Keep your enemies close. I mean, your friends close, but your enemies closer. Whenever you hear President Trump saying we have a great relationship, that doesn't mean it's like you and me that we love each other and I trust you, you trust me. No, what it means is I can whoop your ass, or I know that you can whoop my ass. That's the kind of relationship I think they have. So it's kind of like a mutual respect, but I don't think it's like a friendship like you and I can build. I think that the relationship that he's talking about is more about respect of power. So that's
Yeah,
what
there's
I'm
a
at with that.
fundamentally different
Correct.
dynamic there.
Absolutely,
Where
man.
like
Absolutely,
you
bro.
both have a knife in each other's back and you could press it at any point.
That's correct. That's exactly what the relationship is, my friend. At least that's what I think. But what do I don't know? Just my opinion. But you're right. You hit the nail around the head. Hey, good questions, man. I like your comments. And I love the fact that you come in not being aggressive, offensive, trying to destroy somebody's opinion. You actually ask a question as a person in a debate would, and that is to get to the bottom of the problem and try to get understanding, because you come in with what you know, what you've seen, and you want to hear what something else is happening. So I don't tell people, hey, become Republican, forget them. No, 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 no. You're an American. What do you want for your country? Do you know what's best for your country? Support that, and hopefully you make the right choice. That's where I'm at with my decisions.
Okay. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Well, I guess just to pivot, sorry, to back to like this idea that Trump cares for the American people, or that he has America's best interests in mind. I get a very different understanding when I look at his national address after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I can read directly from his transcript. I can provide examples of highly partisan language that frames one side as the clear aggressor and the other side as mere victims.
Yes.
But I like what do you think about his address after Charlie Kirk's assassination, and how he framed the radical, what he calls the radical left, on many government websites? Like, what's this website? The radical left on HUD.gov. The radical left in Congress shut down the government. It is by far the largest banner on the website. And I think, as far as my expectations for leadership goes, I think this is abhorrent on the basis that leaders should not take two children and pick one side when they're both fighting. I think they should tell them both to calm down and come to the table for a reason after they've, chilled out.
Yeah. Well, you remember what you just told me about? You got to figure out who the aggressor is. Before, and I know everybody keeps hearing this, and I don't know why they don't listen, they don't care, or they don't want to acknowledge. But Obama, Hillary Clinton, Schiff, and the whole Democratic Party had no problem with Trump until he decided to run for president. He wins. They hate him. They fight him 4 years. They try to put him in jail. They didn't want him on the ballot. They, all these things right against him. And the final straw for the American people was an attempt. Some people say it's fake, but the assassination attempt on his life twice. If you saw the picture in my background there for my profile, that is him raising his fist saying "fight, fight, fight." He hasn't shot no Democrats; they shot him. Every Democrat that joins Republicans voting,
Democrats?
Democrats.
I don't think I agree with that framing.
Yeah, well, if you remember that guy that who was the guy that killed Melissa Hartman?
Yes,
okay. So
Democratic lawmakers.
And they said that he was but they say he was a Republican, and he wasn't. He used to work for Tim Walsh. I think, is it Tim Walsh? I only know him by Tampon Tim. Sorry about that. But I think it's Tim Walsh. But yeah, they did that, and then on top of that, here's the cherry on top. When Charlie Kirk got murdered, I, for some reason, this is just me, and I have ADHD, and I rethink things over and over and over. 9/11, we don't know who did it, and then I remember the Palestinians celebrating in the Middle East. I remember all these terrorist Muslims that hate America, that says death to America, shooting up in the air, celebrating that we had the big loss. And when Charlie Kirk was killed, most of the Democrats were celebrating it. Ilhan Omar.
I'd like to press on what you mean by Democrats here, because as far as I understand it, every single Democratic lawmaker, or every person in power, did in fact disavow what happened. Whereas Nancy,
you're right. Let me clarify.
Nancy Mace, day one, said the Democrats own this without any other information being known at the time.
Yeah, let me clarify.
That shows a very different standard for how we hold Republican lawmakers or people in power versus Democrats.
Yeah. Let me clarify. Democrats. I don't believe the Democrat Party is actually Democrats. There is some in that party that are communist, Marxist, socialists, and because of what they have done is why I categorize them that way. But I'm going to give you an example. Ilhan Omar. I just made a live this morning, which, by the way, somebody threatened my life because of this. But I did a live this morning, and I show a video of Ilhan Omar talking about how the president of Somalia is her president, not us, right? She's saying Somalia is her people and that they're in Minneapolis and this is their home, but they fight and they believe in Somalia, not the United States of America. And this is the same lady that almost couldn't contain her laugh talking about the death of Charlie Kirk. And then you have Rashid Tlaib, and then you have other people in the Democratic Party that did not do what you said. And I agree, there's a lot of them in there that they're truly Democrats. But the majority, the ones that rule, unfortunately, they do what they have to do and they control it. So anybody that's in the party that just automatically looks guilty, just like everybody that sees those racist young Republicans, right, talking about whatever these racist things that they were saying, they look at the rest of us as if we're part of them. And it's just like, wait a minute, just because we are against illegal immigration, because we believe that the United States of America is the country that should be protected and it is the greatest country in the world, it doesn't make us automatically Republican, number one. And I've said this before, and I know you're new to my life, but I said this before. There's a lot of patriots that were Democrats, right? Because Democrats were, everybody's loyal to a party, but there was millions of so identified Democrat people that have left and voted for Trump. And so that tells me that yes, we have two parties, but we are patriots that choose country first and party second. And I see that a lot in Americans. And that's where I hope that I land on, and I hope that everybody else lands on as well. Forget about the parties, think about your country, and let's just country first and then everything else second. That's where I'm at.
Okay, so I'm basically getting the understanding that the aggressor that it is in fact true that I guess Republicans or people on quote unquote that side, even though I don't like using that language.
I know. How else can we describe it, though, right? I mean, we have to describe it somewhat.
Like, victims of an aggressor, which I guess many people could say the left or Democrats, even though I don't like to conflate those two.
I know what you mean, bro. I know. That's why it's hard to talk about it because how do I tell you brown people? I hate saying brown people because I don't use the term brown. We use the term black because that's how people identify, but I don't call them African Americans, or Negroes. They're Black Americans. That's just how they describe themselves. So that's how I'm going to do it. But I don't think I'm brown. I think I'm pretty light skinned. Being Hispanic doesn't make me brown. I think it's a stereotype that people put in their heads, and they think it's not offensive. Well, to me, it's not, right? But when they look at me and they tell me I'm just a big Mexican, that's very offensive to a lot of people that are not Mexican. It'd be like me calling Ukrainians, "You Russian guy." I don't know if you ever heard of that before, but it's really bad to call somebody, Chinese when they're Korean, or Japanese when they're Chinese. That people get really offended with some of that stuff. So everybody has a little bit of prejudice in them, but it's not always malicious.
Certainly, yeah.
It's not always malicious. Sometimes it's just a little bit that we're maybe a little ignorant about it. So that's how I am with it. But to end the conversation, because maybe somebody else wants to call, who knows? But to end the conversation, I will say this. Today we had this No Kings rally. And I wish that was the case. I don't believe in it. I don't know where you stand with that, but I don't believe that we have a king. I believe that the Democrats' last administration specifically has destroyed this country so much that is so much to have to be cleaned up that when Democrat cities and states obstruct us or President Trump in this case, since we voted for him, to come and help to clean up crime, they just don't want the help. Here in Seattle, I'm going to tell you just from here where I'm at, in Seattle, Washington, they have just found like a big connection with the cartels using homeless in warehouses where FBI's were not allowed to come in. Well, they still came in anyway, and they found thousands of kilos of fentanyl and drugs that were ready to destroy the whole state of Washington, if you can believe that. And that's about 10 million people, brother. And when you hear these governors and senators just blocking the help from the National Guard, they're not terrorists. They're our servicemen. And I love to see military people on the street because it's not a martial law. They're actually there to help citizens, not to come in and make sure every citizen is in their house. It's not martial law like some people think. So, but that's just how I feel. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't bother me, but it bothers me that criminals, cartels have been all around from east to west, south to north in Washington state, selling, dealing their drugs, and thousands of people dying because of these drugs and fentanyl and gang killings. I just can't stand for that. So I have to do something different. And then this is the case, it's President Trump.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I guess
tough.
just one more thing before I go. Because I do want to get this down pat, where I want to see if there's an agreement or condemnation or somewhere in the middle with Trump's rhetoric. In a Fox and Friends interview, he said, well, I'm quoting him directly, the radicals on the right are oftentimes radical because they don't want to see crime.
Yeah.
And then he goes on to talk about how the radicals on the right they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see people burning down their shops. They don't want to see people doing X, Y, and Z. And then he goes on to say, the radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
Yeah.
Now, to me, this doesn't... This divides the American people. This doesn't do any help to all Americans at all, unless we're going to come out and say we don't view the radical left, or whatever we identify as the radical left, as Americans.
Okay, would it help if I clarified the radical left?
Yes, immensely.
It's not all Democrats or everybody that supports the left mentality. It's the radicals. The difference is, of course, man, I'm going to say some people can be radicalized.
Sorry?
I said the people can be radicalized by any group.
Sure.
It's just right now it seems like it's more likely to happen on the Democratic Party. And like I said, a lot of Democrats left to support Trump and the rest of the nation because they've seen that. But eventually, man, the Democrats are going to get their party back. I want it back. It's good to have healthy competition. Like here, for example, you and I. I'm not saying that you're left, but let's just an example, right? You can be a person that doesn't support Trump. Well, I support Trump. I voted for him, and everything that I ask and the people ask, he promised he would do. Well, he's doing it. Okay. Some people think that we voted him in, and he's just doing what he was going to want to do. No, we said what we wanted. We supported him and told him we want this, and he said, "Okay, I will give it to you. I'll do my best." And he's been doing that. So what we want is to be able to have communication. I don't like a lot of lies that they've been giving us. The legacy media, which is what the Democrats use, and you can tell because of their covering, right? They have been giving them billions and billions of dollars every year to those networks. And this is why those anchor guys that you see on there talking a lot of shit about President Trump, it doesn't matter if he saves the world. If they still talk bad about him, it's because they get a lot of money from the government. And of course, this is what the Democrat people support. And this is why we have this fight. We want to have more people that think in the middle, neutral. Okay, hey guys, hey, don't do that. Hey, you guys don't do that either. We are caught in the middle. So we just try to find the best way to communicate. And out of everything that I've said today, have you seen me threaten anybody? Have you seen me insulting people out of nowhere? Go back to the chat, my live chat, and take a look at the comments on here, and you will see if you can distinguish who are the people that are patriots and who are the people that are against us, patriots of this country, and then you'll find your answer. You're in college, man. You're going through some crazy stuff, bro. I will tell you something right now. I want to congratulate. It takes dedication. I don't care what nobody says. It takes dedication, and it means that you have a good ethic of working. I hope that you find what you're looking for in your education, and to always think outside the box, my friend. Do not be controlled or believe anything anybody says, especially me. Go do your research. Go look around and see what you see. And yeah, if anything, keep your mouth shut and just observe and then make a decision. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. Thanks
Well,
for your
I
call.
mean, just on the Fox and Friends thing, I feel like I just really need to know, because it makes me understand how we're understanding and interpreting the president of the United States, arguably the most influential persons in the world's words.
Yeah.
Right. He's calling the radical on the right. He's justifying them. Okay. And then he's saying the radical on the left are vicious and horrible and politically savvy. To me, This goes against Christ's teachings. I don't see how this is patriotic. I need to understand either with like a simple yes or no or some sort of murky in between if you find this language acceptable from the most powerful person on the planet.
When he represents the people, I think it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear. But we don't want to go and kill people. That's not what he's saying. But when he's talking about punishing them and not having any mercy on them is holding them accountable. If they are found to be guilty of criminality, they need to pay for that and be held accountable. That's what we always ask for. Now, when it comes to on a religious point of view, remember that Jesus had told us that we are to judge righteously and to not be deceived by any person at all. The Apostle Paul tells the churches, do not believe anything anybody tells you. Instead, be like the Thessalonians because they don't believe everything that they hear, but they hear what they think the truth is, and then they go and research it, and then they find out it's true, and then they believe. So that's my advice for you on that. But everything that President Trump is doing it because he hears the people. The last example I will give you, okay, and I appreciate the call. The last example I will give you is he had a roundtable meeting with a bunch of journalists and YouTubers, content creators, some investigative journalists that had left the legacy media because of the hypocrisy. President Trump was paying so much attention to these people, and I admire that. He turned his face to stare him in the face and be like, I'm sorry that happened to you. Because there's videos that we watch of them getting harassed, beat up, in prison, and they're, the police defending criminals like Antifa, etc. Right? And President Trump is just looking at them, be like, I am sorry that happened to you. Pam, I need you to do this. Cash, I need you to do this. And like he's doing that because the people are suffering and the people are telling him. And I appreciate that he's actually listening to that. What is it, babe? No. No, no. Hold on, I gotta give my wife some Oreo cookies.
No worries.
Here. Don't be eating all my cookies, woman. What's wrong with you?
So just to be clear on the Fox and Friends interview,
Yeah.
if what he's saying is representative of the American people's worth, then you think it is acceptable?
Yes, because I don't think it's going to get to a violent point. I think he's really more looking towards holding the Democratic Party accountable. And I will say this: um, if you stop the problem at the root of the cause, I think the rest follows. I think a lot of people will hopefully open their eyes and be like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I was following that liar." You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at. I don't think it's meant to be a violent, let's kill everybody. But I do believe that is an accountability sort of thing, and yeah, we support that. I hope that that's how you interpret it.
I find it hard to read it as simply accountability because I think there's a difference between holding a group of people accountable and demonizing them. I think he's demonizing them.
Fair enough. Here, how about this one? I'll leave you with this last question. Yeah, did you hear what Don Lemon said lately?
Who?
Don Lemon.
Wait, how do you spell this?
Don Lemon, like lemonade.
Don Lemon.
Yeah, like lemonade the CNN. Remember the black dude, the gay guy from the CNN. He got fired.
Yeah, he was fired in April 2023.
Yeah, something like that.
On allegations of misogyny.
So he is a Democrat supporter, and what he told people is now, mind you, Democrats are normally the ones that says no to the Second Amendment, no guns, etc. Well, he was advising everybody to go get a gun and then go and protest with the gun peacefully, he says. But do you see what the difference between what President Trump said and what these people are saying? Because it's not just him. But this is the difference.
In the content of what they're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold different standards for different people. Don Lemon is Don Lemon. Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America. I think we should hold the president to a much higher standard than Don Lemon.
Yeah, but you remember that President Trump is still an American and he has his rights as an American. Being the president doesn't put him in a pedestal. Remember, he's not a king; he's a president, and he is representing all of us.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yes, I say that all the time. Yes.
And I think his words in that Fox and Friends interview are incredibly irresponsible and contributing to people getting more and more angry at each other.
Yeah, I hope that we can find common ground. That's all I can go with that. But if you see uh, Democrats insulting him and putting him down and blocking him every step of the way, not acknowledging what he's doing. Doesn't matter what he does, he's still the evil guy. How much of that can you take? And I will tell you personally, yeah, I probably would have had World War III happen already. I will be destroying a bunch of people. So I'm glad that he's the president, not
The
me.
president of the United States.
Huh?
I would hope that the president of the United States has a stronger personality and a stronger will and mind than I do as
Yeah,
a regular
well,
random
he
person.
does. He does. And more than most of us. But let's just hope for the best. Hey, brother, thank you for your call, man. You're awesome. I
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you
and
for
respect
the
your opinions.
conversation. You know,
100%.
it's much better than any other conversation I have with other people. Usually they ask me straight up, like, why do you hate Charlie Kirk? It's like, oh, I never said that to be
No,
serious.
yeah,
Can I
no.
speak? Like, geez.
No, man, I appreciate you. Hey, and thanks for stopping by my live as well. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
All right, take it easy. Man, what a world of difference does when people want to actually communicate. And this is what I've been telling people, on the chat, right? It's just like, bro, why did you waste your time insulting people instead of trying to make something of a conversation? Miguel, I see you. Welcome, brother. Man, we miss you all the time when you're not here. I need all my big brothers in the house. Cool Cat Renee is the one that's with me all 3 times a day. This man is ready to support his fellow Hispanic brother. I appreciate having a lot of big brothers and sisters in my life. So I thank you guys for that. I commend the young man that called in. I think that there is a lot of youth out there um, that they truly want to know the truth. It's just they don't know which way to swing, because these politicians, man, they are good at lying to people. And I'm gonna say that left and right, it doesn't matter. They are good at lying to people. And people look at me and they come in, and I'm very big surprised. Thank you, Ox. I'm very surprised that people come in here and they look at me like I'm some racist bigot. Like I'm this hateful guy, and I don't understand. I get passionate, and I would like to say that I wish I was perfect, but I'm not. So that's where I'm at with that. Let's see. Ox is big bro to who? Is there a job to lie? You mean is it a job to lie? I don't think I lie. Yeah. The only time I lie is what I said yesterday. I only lie when people say, "Hey, how you doing? You doing good?" Yes, I'm doing great. That's the only time I lie, I think. Yeah, maybe some things like that. I shouldn't, but sometimes you have to say some stuff, right? So people can have a peace of mind. If you don't mind, I am gonna make me some coffee. I think it's time. I am in the last hour for me to be able to get my coffee in. Babies die naturally after they are born. That's life, but they get a chance to live. I think, Miguel, that goes in line with choosing to live or choosing to take your life. I think choosing to take your life, you don't have you don't. Hey, did I get that back? Uh-huh. I can't see that way because of the light. I can barely see you. Yeah, I think it's kind of like the same way we should allow children to be born and let nature take its course. I will say this, guys. We are below the margin of being able to sustain the American people as a society. People are not having enough babies, believe it or not. Americans are. I'm sorry, my nose itches. No, I don't do drugs. It's just itchy. Um, Americans don't realize that all the bills in the hospital from the emergency, all these babies that are being born, a lot of them are from illegal immigrants. I know people don't want to hear it, but guys, is there? I'm sorry. Illegal immigrants are having more babies than Americans, and who's forking up the bill? The American taxpayer. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is, man. That is one of the ways that they take advantage of our health benefits, uh, making a lot of babies. And the wrong thing, the bad thing is not that they're making the babies. It's that they're making non-patriotic babies. They are, some of them, I would say some of them are, some of them actually, they love the United States of America, and they are anchor babies. If their father and mother are illegal, they don't have the right to be American citizens because they're born in this land. That's not how it works. The children's nationality is dictated by the parents' nationality. Um, that's just the way it is. And you know how I know? You want me to tell you what's proof? I'm gonna prove to you. I'm gonna prove to you that they're anchor babies and they're not American citizens. I'm gonna prove it to you right now. Did you guys pay attention? Did you guys see what happened in LA and throughout the United States of America? Did you see what happened with those anchor babies? Did you see what they did? This is proof, 100% proof. Did you see what they did to protest? What did these anchor babies do? It's shocking. I know. I know it's shocking. But here you go. You ready? They did this with a flag. Do you remember what that flag was? That's how you recognize an anchor baby. Zeke, man, you hate the truth, don't you? Say it, Dennis, says Marvin. You anchor. Go ahead. I give you proof right there. I give you proof, 100% proof of what I just told you is true. No, no, Ducati. No, no, I love my Mexicans. I'm making a point. I am making a point. All these anchor babies, they say, I'm an American citizen. I love it. I'm an American citizen waving a Mexican flag. Yeah, nothing says patriotic as waving another country's flag. That's a, oh, yeah. You learned a lot in school, didn't you, geniuses? Oh, man. Don't you hate it when I'm right? Now, let's to be fair, let's look at it this way. For those anchor babies, I think there is a chance if if they were anchor babies and they raised the American flag and they stood with Americans and said no to illegal immigration. Isn't that wonderful? Truth shall set you free, my friends. And well, it is just the fact that they decided to wave a Mexican flag. They decided to wave a Honduran flag, Nicaraguan flag, Palestinian flags. Oh, yeah. Got my coffee in here. Do you see what I'm saying? If they wave the American flag, then my whole argument would be busted. But it's not busted because it proves my point. These anchor babies will never be American patriots. Now, the ones that are, I think that those parents should have a chance to become Americans because their children loving this nation. Salud, my patriots. Even those that hate me, salud. I really, I shake your hand from here through camera. If you respect me, I give you a hug. And if you are my family, you consider yourself to be my family, then I also give you a kiss and a very warm hug, very affectionate, warm hug in appreciation for your love. Now, don't you wish that these children born even from illegal immigrants, don't you wish that they would tell us that we're wrong by, well, by showing us that they truly are American? But as you will notice, and the reason why you can't beat my argument with this is because, well, they are not protecting the United States of America. You see, even if my parents were illegal and I was born and I was an anchor baby, I'll be telling my parents I was born here in America And my flag is the American flag. Your country is where you're from. Did you know my firstborn, he's 30 years old right now. Now he's half black American. Okay. My baby's mama was black. Black. Now he was born here, true American. Um, I was a resident, not a citizen, a resident. And of course, his mom is a black American. He once told me, he says, "Hey, Dad, I bought the Honduras flag." And I said, "Well, that's awesome." He's like, because I'm Honduran American. I said, "Nah, no." I said, "You are not Honduran American." I said, "I am Honduran. You are American. That's it. You don't get to wave my flag before the American flag." I said, "You wave the American flag, I'll wave the American flag. If you go to Honduras, go and wave the Honduras flag." And I will love that. The people will love that and they will appreciate you. Believe me, they are going to be happy that you are representing your father's country in his country of birth. So, what does he do? He has the Honduras flag in his room. But that's it. He knows he is American, not a Honduran American. You have to understand that the reason why we say American here is not because of the continent Americas, it's because of the nation. The states have made a country called America. And that, my friends, is what makes you Americans. There is another country, Mexico. They are the United States of Mexico. Very interesting that they don't call themselves Americans. You know why? Because that is a nationality. It's not a continent. That is not what there's many countries that make a continent. Okay. That is the way that is built in the maps today. And you should know what that means. Now, with that being said, allow me to make my teeth more yellow for those of you fans that love my yellow teeth. Whoo! That's hot. Hot, but coffee goodness. Now, let's see. Does anybody have a question about immigration? Let's see. Let's see how many people really want to know, or actually how they know the law. Let's see. Why do you have the Israeli flag? So, have you ever wore a pin for cancer? Have you ever wore a pin in remembrance of something? When I wear the Israeli flag, is in support because they have been attacked by many, many people throughout history for thousands of years. They have been attacked. And I support them because they have been wanting to make peace within Gaza. But unfortunately, Hamas, they don't care for peace. And since saying that, I'm afraid that I don't believe peace is going to be permanent because Hamas believes that they'd rather be dead than to actually allow Israel to coexist in this world. And that's a fact. So that's why I support it. Chief, viva Mexico, 100%, cabrón. 100%, viva Mexico. Mexico is such a beautiful country with beautiful people. I hate the government that takes advantage of their people. And this is why I support President Trump in this country. I don't support the president of Honduras right now. She's a witch and she is a traitor to the nation. But what can you do? There's nothing we can do. The people are powerless in those countries. It's not like here. You get the freedom of speech and you can go protest against the president. Over there, most likely they'll find you in a ditch. Even though people still, they still protest, but not like here. Paul Saul says, yes, we have the Gulf of America, and that is correct. And I'm going to tell you, hey, Tyler, I see you. I didn't see you there before. Welcome, Tyler. Um, Chief says United Mexico and the USA. Yes, sir. I love that. Um, I support the Gulf of Mexico just as I support the United States of America being called the United States of America. You see, Mexico was named by Spaniards. The Gulf of Mexico was also named by Spaniards. Am I right or wrong about that? Let me see if somebody in here knows. Was the Gulf of Mexico named by actual native Mexicans, or was it Spaniards? I'm gonna get you. Don't get it wrong. Oh, it's hot, hot, hot. Let me see. They also have caca. They also have caca in the water. Ladies and gentlemen, says Cool Cat Renee, please tell your family, friends, and loved ones to join the Dennis Herrera show. And I love that Israel support with the American patriotic flag. Yes, sir. Amen to that, brothers. Let's see. OFC Spaniards. Yeah, Chad. Great job. Great job. Ed Martinez says Mexican Americans. Let's go. Latinos for Trump. Let's go, baby. Playing guitar says our founding fathers were patriots. Yes, and we would love to be able to measure up to that standard ourselves. Legal Latinos for Trump, Dennis. That's right, man. As a Jew, SX, you know, I would have supported you if you didn't have the Raiders symbol on you. I'm just playing. I love the Raiders, man. I love the Raiders. Here's a little fun fact on the side, guys. When I was in Honduras, um, my brothers, which 13 and 16 years older than me, I mean, 10 and 13 years older than me, they used to make antennas. And I think I mentioned this story before, but just so you guys know where I stand with my football aficionation or fanatism, I think that's the word. Um, the first football game that I watched, I think it was on HBO Sunday. I think. All I know that is I watched it in Honduras when I was a kid, and I saw I mean the Raiders play the Kansas Chief, and I remember watching the black and silver uniform, and I thought, man, that looks cool. And then I saw how they hit, and boom! I was like, oh, I want to do that. I said, I want to do that. Well, when I came to this country, um, I tried out for the football team. Now I didn't know anything about football, but the Raiders were the first team that I was a fan of. And then, of course, in the '80s as well, the Joe Montana Jerry Rice connection was very famous. So I was also a fan of the 49ers, more specifically Joe Montana and Rice. Okay, but Raiders has always been my team. And when I came here to Seattle, I got beat up by three black adults when I was about 14. Well, I was still 13, I think, and I got beat up. And some people told me it was because of the sweater. I used to have a black sweater with the Raiders symbol, right? A huge symbol that said "Real men wear black," and it was the black and silver, blah blah blah. So I stopped wearing clothes like that. And then I started supporting the Seahawks, which is the local team here in Seattle, Washington. So there's a story, guys, and I hope you guys appreciate that. Nancy, no, I don't believe in dual citizenship. Though, when I go to Honduras, um, my American passport says that I was born in Honduras, and normally they don't give me any problems with because of that. But I do go to Honduras through when I check in at the airport. I do go through I can go through the American side or the Honduran side. There don't seem to be any prejudice or any judging on that. When they see that in my passport says that I was born in Honduras, that's it. That's all that matters. Oh man, truth. Cutting edge, man. You're still in here. Thank you, man, for the support. I appreciate you watching, man. We are down to 59 people here. I think it's time to play some video. Let me see here. Give sec. Uh, okay, so before I continue, just looking at my left, I just remember something. There was a person earlier in my morning live that was threatening me. I didn't know because I didn't read those threatening messages, to be honest. But my moderators brought it up to my attention, and he also made a comment that I kept looking to my left so that I can read my script that I was given by Republicans. But if you don't know, my setup is my camera is right here. And I got my monitor here, which is I'm monitoring my live so I can see your comments so I can type if I need to. And then I have my monitor to my left. And this is where I look for information like videos. If you guys ask me to look something up, then I look it up. When I go to my X account, that's exactly what I do. I go look at my X account and see what's going on in there. And I just pull it up. Of course, wants me to sign in now because I clear cache so that oh man, that's not it. That's not it. Uh, oh man, I can't even sign in with that. I cleared my cache and I deleted all my passwords and stuff. So, well, there goes that. But anyways, that's why I look to the left. If you ever wonder, but if you guys are in here, guys, if it's the first time here, I want to say thank you for stopping by and checking out my channel. Does anybody else want to ask any questions? I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to open the phone line again so that you can ask me questions about immigration. Do you believe that every human is legal in the world? That is the question. If you believe that every human is legal in this country. Well, Aiden Smith, why don't you give me a call and tell me all about it? I think that's the number, right? Go ahead, Aiden Smith. That's not a question. The question would be, are you an idiot? Not you are an idiot. Oh, thank you. They're probably calling the wrong number. Trinity, they didn't fall for it. Why did you type it in? It's 1155. Okay. Not 33. Okay. Come on. There you go. That's the right number right there. Go ahead, Annan. Annan Smith. Give me a call. I'm going to pin that message up there so you can have that number, okay? And that way you guys can call me in. That way I don't have to keep bothering Trinity. Yes, if you want to block your number, star 67 and then dial the number. I understand privacy. Matter of fact, look at the list of phones. I don't care. I don't call you guys for that. It doesn't matter. This is specifically just for here. So if you send a text or if you call, and I'm not on this, I never answer the phone. So don't do that. That's only if you want to call in, Marvin. Since you have some strong opinions, I would like to hear your voice and you telling me directly why you think that. Let's see. Flaco says, are you a Christian Zionist or Judeo-Christian at Trinity? If you're born in America and pay taxes all your life, it's more American of you. So if you're born in America and you pay taxes all of your life, sure. I mean, I pay taxes all of my life just because I haven't been a citizen all my life. I can guarantee you that if you are born in this country, you have not paid more taxes than I have in all of my life. You know why? Because I've been paying taxes since the day that I've been able to work, and I have been emancipated since I was 16 years old. I started working when I was 15 and a half years old. And I've been paying taxes since then. Now, I'm not going to say that I've been paying rich people's taxes. We will never be able to do that, but I paid a lot of taxes all of my life. On top of that, child support for 22 and a half years. Woo! That's the price of choosing the wrong partner to make a family. And some of you patriots on here probably know what I'm talking about. Okay, Anan, see, you guys are loudmouthers over here. You're keyboard warriors, but I'm giving you a chance. Free. It's free to call. People give me super chats, but it's not really mandatory. I mean, should I make it mandatory? Would that make you feel better? Should I say that you're just unemployed, broke, mama's boy in the basement working that you can't afford to do a super chat so that you can call in? Or do you just want me to give you access, free phone call? Just call. You can make your comment. If you have a question, ask a question. Let's dialogue. Let's talk. Don't waste your time and energy being miserable, putting hateful comments. Come on, we're all people. We're all in here for the best for everybody, right? Here's my rules. I think, or at least what I believe. If you're gonna come to this country, Kelly Buckcock, if you don't think you're worth anything, I understand. I know my worth, my friend. Let's see. I started working 12 and 14 through the government program. Interesting. Well, that doesn't mean anything. I can go and say, yeah, I started working since I was 10 years old, but that was only in Honduras, not here in the States. So yeah, 15. So Kelly is more American than anybody else in the United States of America, guys. He's been paying taxes since he was 12 years old. Good for you, bro. I'm glad that child labor was allowed when you were 12. That's fantastic. No wonder you guys support China. I don't. Although I guess I do support him because I'd be buying Chinese stuff. Like I think this was Chinese. Is a little phone gimbal, very cheap. I'm not sure if my watch bands were also made in China. I don't know. Maybe Vietnam. Never really look at manufacturers to be honest when I buy stuff. Let me see. David Rose says I work for parents at 10. Yeah, I guess. I mean, technically, I mean, my mother was here since I was 8 years old, and so I guess whatever I worked, there was no taxes. I mean, how many taxes did you pay as a 12-year-old? That'd be interesting. I'm sure you got paid cash, and there is no taxes on that. Angus says, "No, monkey. Most of us work." Let's see. What is it? Martelo says, I was paying taxes since 15, not 15 and a half. Oh, Martelo, congratulations. You're more American than me. Cutting Edge says, damn, Dennis, child labor. I know, bro. I know. In Honduras, it was okay. I was mixing concrete for the constructors, but I mean, for the construction guys. But here in the States, child labor laws don't allow you to do that. My guy, help us. That never happened to anybody ever again. Well, Kelly's been doing child labor since he was 12, he says. So there's that. Trump's hat for China. Here, I'm going to tell you the difference between a Chinese hat and an American hat. This right here, my friends, it's a Chinese hat. I know because somebody said it was a Chinese hat, so I looked for the tag and they were right. This one right here, which is my favorite. Interestingly enough, this seems to be people's favorite hat. This was built in America, the United States of America. I don't know. What do you guys think? Black or white? And don't be racist. What do you think? Black or white? Here we go. Colin says white. Uh-oh, shoot. Bernil is in the house. Salute, Dennis. A merch hat gets you a $50 bill. Let's go. Mine ain't Chinese made. American made. That's right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I apologize. Some people don't like this right here. But I have to wear it for support. I mean, no, not that one. They don't like this one. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Some of these people here, they come in here, bro, such warriors on the keyboard, and then I give them the opportunity to give me a call so that we can talk, and they don't want to call. I don't know what's up. Profeta says I prefer the black one, the Chinese hat. I get it. It is nice as well. It is nice. It is nice. Irma, abuelita, buenas noches. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está mi viejita consentida? That's how I would talk to my grandma in Honduras. God bless her soul. May she rest in peace. Did I tell you my grandmother used to spoil me so bad? My grandmother used to force feed us. Like if I didn't want to eat, I wasn't begging or anything, but my grandmother, see her daughter, my cousin, used to force her to eat, obviously for for her own health, right? But my grandma didn't want to eat. She eats throughout the day, and she eats a little bit at a time, so she's never hungry. And I would sit next to her because I always been a mama's boy when I was a little kid. I grew out of it, but my grandma was the most special woman ever in my life till this day. And I used to sit next to her, and she would try to put food in my mouth, but she couldn't see me behind her, so she would just reach out this way, and then she would like go all over my face until she found my mouth and shoved it in there. That's my grandma. She would hold my head on her lap and rub my hair until I will pass out and slobber on her lap. And that's the kind of love that I received when I was a kid. And I can tell you, a lot of people here in America, they didn't get that hug. They didn't get that love from Nana. They didn't get that love from their parents. Who knows? I had a lot of friends in middle school and some in high school that were just back and forth between homes, and I felt bad for them. They were more rebellious than other kids. They uh, they seem to not care about what happened to this country, or if somebody was successful, they were jealous of them. They will hate the people that were happy. Uh, and not everybody's like that, but I know these people from school, and I would always tell them, I say, you know what? Chocolate abuelita is the best. Yes, sir. But I don't have any. I don't have any chocolate from abuelita. Otherwise, I would have mixed that in my coffee. But I used to always tell them, it's like, you know what? My father died when I was 4. My mother left me for 5 years when I was 8. Of course, she came back and got us. We became residents, and then I eventually, after a couple of decades, I became an American citizen. But you know, I always found that even though I was neglected, even though I suffer a lot in my life, and as a teenager, as an adult, has been mainly because of my stupid, irresponsible decisions. Um, you know, I suffer a lot, and I take responsibility. I'm accountable for it. I accept it 100%. But I used to always, tell them that they are worth something. Not like some people that come in here and tell me that I'm not worthy and I'm not worth anything. But I always try to put love into their hearts because I know how much we need it when we're alone, when we're depressed, when we feel there's no support, when we are being hated. And so I try to always give people love as I was growing up. And some of them, yeah, some of them they actually listen, and some of them didn't. But that's what I call him. True love always wins. I agree. I'll tell you a true story. I just remember when I was a senior in high school. Now I used to work out twice a day. So I used to work out in the morning because it was my first class, and then right before we started doing our football or soccer when I was doing soccer. But I used to work out twice a day, and I remember one time I was coming out of the weight training. And as I am going towards the locker room, I go past in the hallway and I see this guy. Now, I've been through school, freshman, sophomore, junior, and our senior year with this guy. His name was Ryan. I'm not going to tell you the last name, but his last name, I know it. His name was Ryan. And he had a freshman, a scrawny little freshman, up in the air, held by the shirt against the wall. And I shoved him to the side, and then I put him up in the wall, and I told him, "What are you doing?" And all right, let me see. Somebody calling here. Hey, thanks for calling. Can you hold? Okay, thank you. And I grabbed him and I put him against the wall, and I say, "How does it feel?" And he's like, "Well, he owes me 50 cents." And so I said, "Well, here, I'll give you the 50 cents, but leave him alone." Well, I went inside the locker room to get changed, and I had my door open, and he was standing right behind it. So when I closed it, he's looking at me like this, and he's like, "Thank you for that." He said, "When I grow up, I want to be just like you." And he was like down to my under my chest. So I shook his hair on his head, and I said, "You don't want to be like me. You want to be a lot better. Understand? So keep studying and just keep believing. People are not always bad. Okay? There's always going to be people like me to help you out in life." And so he said, "Thank you, man." And that's a true story. And I'm glad that it happened for me. Thank you, caller. What's your name and what's your question? Oh, colombiano americano. Let's go. Viva Colombia.
Ah, sí, sí.
Dígame,
I'm a
compadre.
big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. More patriotic than liberal Americans. I was going to tell you about problem that they're having here in Colombia and Venezuela.
Uh-huh.
It's about the invasion.
Yes, sir.
Imminent
Yeah.
invasion. If people could only understand that the United States is not the only country that has immigration problems.
Yep.
When they closed, Venezuela has been for years going to Colombia illegal. So it's just not a U.S. thing. It happens all throughout South America. So I am for legal immigration.
Yep.
So I'm an American. I'm originally from North Carolina, and I moved here. I've been here in Colombia for about 7 years.
Nice.
And I was going to get a point on the war on drugs in Colombia. Colombia has 5 frontiers, which is a very difficult terrain to guard.
Yeah, true.
On drugs.
Yep.
So it's and the current administration that they have right now, which is Gustavo Petro, he's a narco trafficker. Right along with Maduro, but it isn't because the rest of the government, they don't really like Petro. Uribe is, so if you read the news about Katoomba in Colombia, you'll see ELN and FARC, and you'll see all that garbage. That's what the Colombian government has to deal with.
Yep.
So, I mean, Colombia has been friends with the United States for 200 years. So, just want to get that out there and tell you, you're a great patriotic American, and I just really love mi gusto il suo comentario. You're just a great person.
Oh, thank you so much. It means a lot.
Person.
It means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you so much for your call. I appreciate you.
You keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. You be blessed down there, okay? Enjoy Colombia. It's a beautiful
too,
country.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego, amigo. Ah, that was nice. I got a nice compliment from a fellow American. You hear that? That's a confirmation from another American, and I love that. There's a lot of things that people don't understand in this country. Marvin, don't do that, bro. I don't know what you mean by watch your back. A lot of people don't understand that, migrants, there's good and bad migrants. And I can tell you from my point of view, I'm going to give you one example. Brian, it was a great call. I appreciate Americans calling in. You know, um, that's a nice compliment. It touches my heart, and I appreciate it. Omar, welcome, little brother. I'm glad you're doing good here tonight. As a migrant, I've come to this country, And it's just like my brother says, he's in Colombia right now. I love this country, period. And I am glad that my mom did everything the right way. I had a conversation with my brother last night, and he told me I have nothing to be ashamed of because I've done everything the right way, the legal way, and that I love this country and I respect the people and I honor this nation. Now, there's two different kinds of migrants, and I'm going to compare myself with Ilhan Omar. Here's a migrant, Honduran, that became an American migrant here, a citizen in this country. I love this country. I want America to keep defending their borders. I know what it takes to be successful in this country, but I also know that there is a lot of problems that we still have to overcome as a society. Working in the real estate, I learned a lot of things about illegal immigrants and how the economy is affected by having a mass invasion in our country. Let me take another call here. Let's see who's calling. Thank you for calling. What's your comment?
Hey, Dennis, it's Bob.
Bob? Bob the Builder?
I switched over to being MAGA about 20 years ago.
Okay. 20
I
years.
didn't like how the Democrats were going. What's your honest opinion? Do you think that there's any hope for them at all?
I think that this country has hope as long as we're still alive, my friend. I always believe that it doesn't matter how hard things, I can't lose hope until I'm dead. And that doesn't mean that I want to be, but that's how I feel. Once somebody is gone, that's about as far as they can go. But I think this nation, it still has a lot of patriots, not me, but this country itself has a lot of patriots that God takes care of. And I think that that's why this country cannot be beaten. But the enemy knows that the one way that we can be destroyed is from within. And we're seeing that in government. You can see who's fighting for the people, and you can see who's fighting against the people. I don't think it's hard to choose a side. Do you want to choose the side that wants to give all the benefits to Americans, which are the rightful owners, so to speak, of this nation? Or do you want to give benefits to illegal immigrants? Do you want to have a protected border where people have to be vetted, checked for disease, criminal background checks, making sure that the people that come in here are at least decent to come here? And will it benefit the American people?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how you can judge these people. And then who wants to just have any criminal come across?
when Biden opened up the border with him, Kamala, and Mayorkas, I was upset because some of my family came from the old country, like Russia, Hungary, that kind of old country.
Yeah.
And they China had to come in. They had to learn to speak English. They had to know the Pledge of Allegiance backwards and forwards. They had to know part of the Constitution before they could even become citizens.
Yep, that's right.
And that's the way I think it should be.
Yep, not anymore.
I'm not against immigration as long as it's done legally. And all these leftist people are going, well, the illegals they're not criminals. If you come into the country illegally, if you do something illegally, that makes you a criminal.
Yeah.
In my book.
Yeah. And it's more than just crossing the border. And I'll give you examples after you're done.
They're bringing in illegal drugs. They're doing human trafficking, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you a quick story. My brother, he traveled to, there's the spot of, on the northern border, on the west coast of where Washington State is, where we're at. In order for you to go to a part of Washington, you have to go into Canada first, drive around, and then come back into the States. My brother got checked on his truck. He needed some cement. He forgot to take cement here from the States, right? And when he got there, they checked his truck and then they put a lock on it. And then he was like, you know what? Um, I'm gonna go and buy some cement because I need it. And then he says something told him not to do it. He believes it was God. And so he went around and then he got to the back to the Canadian USA border, and the guy told him that it was a good thing that he didn't do that, because if he would have bought any materials in Canada, he would have had to have reported, got paperwork filled out that takes days to approve, etc. And so he didn't buy the materials. But look how strict it is to come in and out of the border. Like the police, he said that they were very, very professional, very nice to him. They were not racist, prejudiced. And my brother does have a heavy accent. Okay, but he was thankful that the officer at the border was so nice to him and told him, "Don't worry about the cement. There's actually a store where you can actually go and buy that." And when he went and bought the material there, his job was just like 2 blocks away from the store, so it kind of worked out. But the whole point of the story is that he had to go into Canada and back to the United States of America, and there there are rules for coming across, even if you
Yeah,
have permission.
I know what part of Washington you're talking about.
Yeah,
It was originally supposed to be part of Canada,
that's right. That's right.
and that's why you have to go up and over.
That's right. Yeah. So this is the problem with illegal immigrants, and people don't want to understand this. They have, number one, they break the law coming here illegally. That's trespassing, right? But it's a federal law, which makes it a crime. It's not a domestic city law like I just went from Seattle to Edmonds. No, no, no. It's an international borderline, and this federal law to come here illegally. And then not just do they commit the crime of crossing the border illegally, they also work without permission to work, and that is also a crime. You need permission to be able to work in this country. That's just how it works. And because they need to have a social security, they have two options. One of them, they have a fake social security with their fake ID, or they steal somebody else's identity, which is a real social security, real name, and they use that to work. Now they say they pay taxes, but let's be honest, if you use a social security number and you pay taxes, that means that you can claim taxes back. And let me tell you, most people get more taxes than what they pay in actual taxes.
Yeah, and it's funny you bring up the identity theft aspect of it, because a couple of years ago I did have my identity stolen.
There you go, Luis. You say I'm lying, but there's a fact right there. I have another brother saying that people steal identities all the time. Yep, I have a Dennis Herrera in California working with my social security. Apparently, I reported them already, but but they were able to do that.
I played heck getting my stuff straightened out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so bad. I actually had to change the plates on my vehicle, get new registration, everything.
Oh man,
new driver's license number, everything.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But I thank you for you calling, for confirming that on the legal immigration. I want somebody to call in and defend illegal immigration. I want them to tell me the benefits of that. Thank you so much for calling. I appreciate you.
I don't see any. Thanks, Dennis.
You're very welcome. God bless you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, who's calling?
Hello. Mira, te habla español.
Sí, dígame. A ver, ¿en qué le puedo servir?
Coño, ¿cómo es posible que es que te estoy escuchando en un teléfono y hablando del otro?
Ajá, está bien, papi. Dígame.
How is possible, tú siendo latino, a favor del tipo deportando a todos estos migrantes?
Sí.
You know, all these American people don't want to do the job the other migrants
Sí.
able to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Y otra cosa,
Dime.
America was not, it doesn't belong to them. Esto era de los indios.
¿Y Cuba a quién le pertenece?
Cuba le pertenece a la gente que estaba en Cuba allí primero.
Bueno, ahí está. Pero en Cuba no estaban los negritos ahí en Cuba antes. Ahí también habían indios. Ahí llegaron a colonizar y trajeron esclavos y quedaron los negritos ahí, pero no es la tierra de ellos tampoco. Aquí en los Estados Unidos es igual. La diferencia es que aquí en los Estados Unidos, como en todos los países que se han independizado, hubieron guerras, hubieron conquistadores y bueno, aquí en los Estados Unidos usted sabe que los indios nativos tienen sus reservaciones y ellos reciben dinero mensual del gobierno también. Aparte, todavía tienen su tierra soberana. Ellos tienen protección gratis por la militar de los Estados Unidos. No tiene jurisdicción la ley americana en la tierra nativa, pero sí reciben los beneficios, ¿me entiende?, del país. Eh, One of the reasons why I defend, and I am with you, and I'm telling you, it makes me sad, okay, to see people getting deported. I don't like it. But the problem is this, amigo, that because of this massive invasion of illegal immigrants, a lot of people that could have gone under the radar and stayed here, they would have never been deported probably, you know. But because of this massive illegal immigration that we had allowed to happen, now other people are going to lose their privilege. But you know what the good thing is, and I know it's not good news for everybody, but the good thing is that we have gotten over 2 million illegal immigrants that have self-deported, which means that they're going to have access to be able to apply for another visit in the future. Once we take care of all these illegal immigrants here, and they will have a chance to come in here and prove that they're worth of being citizens if that's what they want. So I think it's very unfortunate that a lot of people are getting deported right now that maybe they have been here for 30, 40 years, but I don't blame the government for doing their job and defending their country. I blame the people that supported the illegal immigration in this country. Just like with Cubans, right? You guys are probably one of the countries that I will allow that are
No, yo soy de
people.
Puerto Rico, yo soy de Puerto
Oh,
Rico.
Puerto Rico. But you're a citizen. So Puerto Rico is way down south. I don't know how that becomes an American citizen. Because you are down south. I see what Puerto Rico is. But Cubans, right? Cubans, they are close to Florida. So, when they come in a boat seeking asylum, I get it. And they do have to go through, some sort of check. In the boats, the coastal, the Coast Guard is there. So they get caught with that. And then they can, present their cases. But we know that Cuba, they said they were socialists, and turns out they were actually communists. Bueno, tú sabes la historia. Y Venezuela igual, China es igual, Rusia igual, Norcorea, pues ni que se diga. Por eso se separaron de South Korea, and so that's the only thing, my brother. Like, I really wish that we can legalize a lot of people that we have here, because they're good people as well. But the problem becomes, it's if they have used illegal papers or papers from some other citizens, that is committing fraud, and that is a crime. But I do believe on immigration reform, it can still happen. We just cannot do it for millions and millions of people. There is an amount of people that we can accept in this country, so that is to give people the opportunity to be here, and also for the economy to stay stable. If we allow like this mass migration, you see in the inflation, right, on the pricing, everything went up crazy fast. And that's what happens when you have a mass migration. I wish that we can accept everybody, but I have seen so many negatives, my friend, that, I mean, thousands of pounds, kilos, not pounds, kilos of illegal drugs that can have wiped out the whole state of Washington. So that's why I feel the way that I do. But I think that everybody that comes to this country should love it first.
You think United States really want to go to Venezuela to get rid of all the drugs or whatever bullshit
Yeah,
claiming?
I do. I do.
Yeah, when 85% of the drugs really come from Colombia, Bolivia, Ecuador, no por Venezuela.
Yeah.
Tú sabes que eso es por la gasolina. The same reason they invade Libya, Irak, por todas esas otras razones. ¿Dónde estaban las armas químicas que Saddam Hussein supuestamente tenía?
Tienes razón, 100%. Estaban incorrectos. Obama, George Bush, la cagaron. I know. La cagaron. Pero President Trump está respondiendo a María Machado. Está respondiendo porque el Nicolás Maduro es el jefe del cartel de los soles, usted sabe. Y él controla las drogas que vienen de Colombia, de Bolivia, de Chile. O sea, Nicolás Maduro es el que controla porque él tiene el dinero del petróleo. Este es el que le paga a Colombia, al gobierno corrupto, no a la gente. Porque tú sabes que la gente es hermosa en todos los países. Es porque yo, mira, porque yo escucho las noticias. I listen to the news of our Latin countries. In Honduras, because the president of Honduras, where I'm from, okay, she has alliances with Nicolás Maduro. And look, same thing is happening in Honduras because of that. It's all over, brother. It's all over. But we don't want that shit over here. If we come from other countries to this country, the least that we can do is protect it. And that's where I'm at.
But you think they really care about you?
I think they care about the country, and that everybody that cares about the country will work itself out. I don't think you have to love me or like me, but I think that we should be able to coexist.
No, pero esta gente, estos americanos ahora mismo están deportando a gente que son residentes americanos también, o sea.
Pero solamente si están quebrando las reglas de ser residente. Bueno, tú eres puertorriqueño, por eso es que tienes ciudadanía, pero una persona que agarra residencia, una green card, tiene limitaciones de lo que puede hacer en este país. Y si alguien mintió para agarrar ese permiso, sí, no, mira, ahorita hasta yo puedo perder mi ciudadanía si me pongo a apoyar a grupos terroristas. Sí, está seria la cosa, brother. The people that are citizens that cannot lose their citizenship, they're the ones that don't understand. But a migrant that has become an American citizen, we know the oath. We know the rules that we have to follow. And there is a period of time, that you have to follow those rules. Otherwise, you can lose your citizenship for, if you're a migrant becoming an American citizen. I hope that makes sense. I think a lot of people that are born here in America, they don't know that because that citizenship has been granted to them. And this is why I'm against anchor babies, because the parents, specifically the parents, they don't teach them to love this country. They don't teach them to respect the land. They don't teach them to respect the border. Why would they respect it if their parents didn't respect it themselves? Unless their parents tell them, hey, I came here the wrong way, but mijo, you are born here. Do it right. Defend this country, etc. You know what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense.
Yo te entiendo, pero yo lo que creo que, mira, papito, yo lo que creo que esta gente lo que están causando es división para que nosotros no vayamos en contra uno a los otros y después ellos presentarnos una solución y joder, y tenernos más controlados con nosotros. No podemos apoyarnos unos a los otros.
Sí,
sí. Sé que hay gente que viene de Irán, de Rusia.
Sí.
Pero todo eso es excusa, brother, para... Ahora mismo, como está la economía jodiéndose, por eso mismo la gente no quiere ir a trabajar, tiene miedo. Eso nos está afectando a todos nosotros, brother.
No, pero recuerda esto.
Yo estoy a favor de lo que este tipo está haciendo, en verdad.
Pero mira, la economía estaba bien antes de que se vinieran los 21 millones de ilegales a este país. No había problemas de housing. The economy was booming. Everything was going up little by little. Unemployment was down. Prices were down. But when you have a massive inflation, the economy can't handle it. Go ahead. Mira California. Okay, let me give you an example. California is such a beautiful state. You know that. Have you been there? California is, California is beautiful, brother. California is beautiful. And it's starting to look like a third world shithole. Go down to LA. Go down to Hollywood. It's garbage everywhere. It looks like a third world country, my friend, and we don't want that. We need to protect this country, my friend. Well, but let me take another call. Let me see what else somebody has to say, okay? Boricua, cuídate, mucho cariño. Un abrazo, compañero. Cheque, Dios te bendiga. All right, who's calling and what's your comment? Dígame.
Hello, buenas noches.
Buenas noches, mami. Dígame, ¿qué le puedo servir?
Yo quisiera saber cuál es el tema abierto que usted tiene de conversación, que estoy hablando acerca de los emigrantes.
Sí, mami, bájale el volumen al tele o a la computadora que está escuchando para que no haya redoble.
Okay. Yo quiero saber el tema de conversación de usted que tiene.
Sí, estamos hablando de qué es mejor, inmigración ilegal o legal y cómo le favorece o desfavorece al país.
¿Y cuál usted piensa que es la mejor?
La migración legal.
¿Y usted de dónde?
De Honduras, mami.
Ok. Le voy a decir algo.
Dígame.
De las dos formas, el país se beneficia. Legal o ilegal. Yo quisiera que todo el mundo fuera legal, porque es más bonito y es mejor, para que todo el mundo disfrute del bello país de la nación.
Sí, claro.
Sea azul o sea rojo, sea colorado, el partido que sea, partidista, no importa. Pero me da pena ahora mismo con esa cantidad de personas que llevan más de 20 y 30 años, que son mexicanas, o sea, de su país también,
que
estén aquí y que no lo puedan legalizar, que el señor no lo pueda legalizar. A mí me da mucha pena con lo que está pasando.
Sí, no, yo sé, es muy emocional.
Y
¿no?
estas personas que están ilegal son los que cosechan el vegetal que tú y yo nos comemos.
Ajá.
Que no son delincuentes.
Sí.
Estas personas no son delincuentes. Esta gente son personas íntegras que lo que están aquí para echar a la familia, para crecer, para echar adelante los hijos, hacer los médicos, ingenieros, lo que sea.
Yo, mira, estoy de acuerdo en todo eso, pero mira, lo voy a dar mi punto. La gente hispana que viene aquí a hacer labores físicas no son esclavos. Aquí en los Estados Unidos hay historia de esclavitud y nosotros no permitimos ni queremos eso. Entonces, cuando la gente aquí viene ilegal, un problema que pasa es esto, mamita. Como te digo, la migración ilegal yo creo que de una u otra manera siempre se va a dar. Pero el problema es la invasión masiva que se acaba de hacer, está destruyendo la economía. El que el hispano pueda levantar vegetables y frutas y todo lo que nosotros comemos. Los inmigrantes ilegales, sí.
Están destruyendo la economía, usted dice.
Los ilegales, sí.
Los ilegales.
Sí.
No me digas eso, señor.
¿Por qué no?
No me digas eso, que los ilegales son los que trabajan los trabajos fuertes,
Ajá.
el techo, las manzanas.
Ajá.
No me digas eso, me da pena que usted me diga eso, que usted es hispano igual que yo.
No, mire, ponga al lado.
Lo que está destruyendo este país se llama Donald Trump.
No, es mentira, es paja.
No, usted está ciego, bye, yo con las personas malas como
bueno,
usted. No,
primero
vaya,
déjeme hablar para que entienda. So, the lady calls in and she wants to know what we're talking about. And I said, well, we're talking about illegal immigration or legal immigration. Which one is better? So she's saying that illegal immigration is making this country better. And she says, this is how she argues. And she says, because they pick the vegetables and the fruits that you and I eat. And so then I go and say, well, listen, this country has a history of slavery. We do not support it. We do not want it. Now, she didn't let me tell her, right? Because she got so upset. She blames Donald Trump because that's what everybody else does on the left side that wants to keep slave labor. Here in Washington state, we have people that have working farms and they have a visa with a permission to work. And because illegal immigrants are here, even those migrants that have a permission to work in this state have no jobs because of illegal immigration. Now, let's get it right. If we have millions of illegal immigrants in here, why do we have hundreds of thousands of jobs available that nobody wants to do? You know why? Because maybe the unemployment says that those jobs are available, but in reality, there is no jobs available. There might be companies looking for jobs, but there's a lot of illegals that are running their own businesses that they do not have the permission to do. And that takes a lot of other people that are actually legal from doing business. That's where I'm at. I want to say this, just as a small example, as a photographer, I'm an American citizen, as a photographer. Illegal immigrants that were photographers as well got the job because they would charge cheaper labor than I did with my work. Now I know what I'm worth, and I am always under everybody else's pricing. But when you cannot compete, number one, the business is saturated. I get it. So I'm not going to blame too much on the business. But you have illegal immigrants that are out there doing quinceañeras. They literally are serving the Hispanic community. So what happens is this: a lot of people are benefiting from illegal immigration, especially paralegals. You will not believe how much a paralegal charges illegal immigrants to file paperwork. I do this myself on the website, which is the same thing that paralegals do, as Hispanic paralegals, guys, and they charge $5,000 to $8,000 to these poor souls because they think that a paralegal is a lawyer, somebody that knows the law, and that they're going to get papers out of it. But in reality, all they are getting is money from them. And at the end of the day, when the government says, okay, we have approved your application, guess what? There is a fine because you were in this country illegally. And at the meantime, you pay $8,000 to $20,000 on a paralegal because they're filling out paperwork for them. They're making bank. They're eating Red Lobster every day. They're making a lot of money. They go on vacation many times a year. They're making their bank. They don't care if they're illegal. They're benefiting from it. These are the people that defend illegal immigration. And there's a lot of illegals that come from third world countries that if they make more dollars than what they will ever make in their country, they think it's right. But they don't know that they are destroying the economy. This lady that hung up didn't want to hear it. She's already convinced. So if you're going to ask a question, but you're already convinced of what you know and what you believe, then don't waste the time making the phone call. If you're going to allow me to speak, I appreciate it. But if you're just going to hang up on me because you're not happy with my answer, you got to allow me to explain why I believe what I believe. You can't just ask me a yes or no question and then hang up when you don't like it. You got to allow me to explain why I said yes or no. And so I feel so bad for this lady. I know she's an illegal immigrant. That's why she's so upset. But let's see, Dennis, don't quit your daytime. Yeah, you know what, Luis? You shouldn't quit your daytime. Why don't you go do something productive with your time, like go tell illegals to get out of this country? They come in with the argument, and like I said, illegals, migrants are not going to argue with me. You are never going to win my argument because I know the law, I know the restrictions, I know the rules that I have to follow in order for me to be here legally. I know how the Hispanic community works because I've been in the Hispanic community my whole life. I've been in churches, I've been in organizations. I tell you about paralegals because I know them. I tell you about lawyers because I know them. They are making a lot of money out of using illegal immigrants, promising them papers. Some of them wait 15, 20 years. And when they finally get deported, they say, why? I've been here for 15, 20 years. Why am I getting deported? Well, that's why. They're just there to take your money. They don't care about you. They don't care. So, with that being said, if you call in to ask a question, Allow me to explain why I believe that. Don't tell me that illegal immigrants are benefiting the economy because they are coming here to do a job and they work under the table and they go and have babies over here, which, by the way, American peoples pay for them. And on top of that, because they're anchor babies, they get to become American citizens and Americans have to pay the bill. We have to pick up the bill with our taxes. Are you telling me the American people have to be responsible for illegals popping babies left and right in this country? How absurd does that sound to you? Do you know why a baby cannot be an American citizen if the parents are illegal? Because they shouldn't be here in the first place. Now, if the baby was here by himself and all of a sudden we just found out and, well, there's no parents to claim him, I guess that baby's going to be an American citizen. There's no other choice. What we don't do with them, we can get rid of him, so he'll become an American citizen, but it's not going to be there with the paternity father and mother. They're going to be end up in some home with orphanage. And so that doesn't work that way. But if one of them were at least a resident, then yes. You know why? Because that means that person is legal. And it is a fact that if that person works, the Social Security really is that person's Social Security. And they really are paying taxes. And that is something that I am okay with. But because they're illegal, they're either committing fraud, they are working here illegally, which is a felony and a reason for you to be deported. If they decide to make children here when they know that they are illegal, they are the ones that should be blamed for getting deported with their kids. Don't blame the government because of your stupidity. How dare she hang up on me and tell me that I'm wrong and that everything is Donald Trump's fault? Like, I can go over to her house. Miss Domino, thank you. I can go over to her house and make myself at home without her permission. How is she going to feel about that? I can guarantee you that she's not going to say, oh, yeah, Dennis, by all means, bring all your shit in here and do what you got to do. It's very interesting how people see things. See, they can abuse other people, but then they will not allow somebody else to come and abuse them. How hypocritical is that? I know Flaco, this guy, he knows already, man. He just comes in here and troll. It's okay. There's only 60 people in here with him. It's 62. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. So the people that want to take advantage of this country, they don't like to hear the truth because it goes against them. It doesn't benefit them. So they don't want to accept it. But let's be honest. You're committing at least 3 crimes, which makes it a felony, by being in this country illegally, working and getting benefits for your anchor baby. You know, whether you want to agree with it or not, illegal immigrants are getting health benefits one way or another. A lot of states have their own programs, but they are federally funded. Man, anybody else has any other questions? I'm going to tell you something. Only in California and here in Washington, they have that as well. I'm pretty sure in Oregon, they have something similar, if not the same. So yeah, it's not on red states. It's only on blue states. Benito, this is my country. That's why I defend it. That's why I'm going to respect it and make others respect it. You need to honor the people in this land. It doesn't matter what the history has been through. It's been a rough history. It's been a horrible history. But even before the American history was done, natives were destroying each other anyway. So who cares about who was here first? The fact is, we have a country and a nation, and we are all in it together. And if you're a resident, if you're a citizen, you are not going to allow anybody else today to come here illegally. No country wants that. No country. Mexico is a great country, and even the Mexican people are sick and tired of tons of illegal immigrants coming into Mexico because it's a big, vast territory. They don't want it. It affects their economy. They know it. If having illegal immigrants in your country will help the economy, do you think anybody will have borders? Do you think anybody will stop immigrants from coming in, illegal immigrants? No, there will be no borders. You know why? Because it helps the economy, but it doesn't. The reality is it doesn't. You make $45,000 a year, and you pay $2,800 a year in taxes, and you keep popping babies left and right, 5, 10 children, 3,000 a pop. That is the credit that you get in Washington. Tell me that paying $2,800 in taxes is more than $35,000 back in return. Yeah, that doesn't help the economy. Illegal immigrants are taking that money away from the American people. This is why the healthcare is not free in Washington state. This is why healthcare is not free anywhere in the United States of America. And even if it was free, imagine everybody going to the doctor just because they got a fever, their back hurts, their muscle hurts. Everybody will be abusing the healthcare system. I don't care what crazy Bernie says. You know, they asked AOC a question, and this old man saved her. I'm sure that there's rules for the crowd, but I would have said something if there was no rules. Like, number one, they were asking her if she was trying to take Schumer out. And then she was going to answer the question, and then Benny, or crazy Benny, jumps on. Oh, wait, let me answer this question. Let me answer this. Do you think that healthcare, blah blah blah, and do you think that taking cuts for the rich people, and you think nobody cares about that? Shut up, old Bernie. We care because you guys are cheating the American people. They always mention the healthcare. Man. You've been forcing healthcare on Americans. You keep Americans sick in order to make money with healthcare. How about that? How about telling families that Tylenol is not good for pregnant women to take because it can cause autism? You think they didn't know that? They didn't disclose it, but they definitely told us 7, 8 years ago it is not good for a pregnant woman to take Tylenol. You remember that? They were not totally honest with us. They said you must take the COVID shot, COVID-19 shot. You must. They made billions forcing us to take that shit. Yeah, no. I'm going to tell you something. If you are an illegal immigrant and you're over here protesting Trump, get the hell out of my country. Get out of here. Go home to mommy. Every American should be against that. And it's so shameful to see this No Kings protest bullcrap when I see hundreds, not millions like they say, hundreds, maybe Americans. We don't know. Most of them are probably illegal. A lot of mental issues on that protest. There was a guy that comes in there. I guess the wife is the one in charge of some sort of movement. And he says, oh, this is, I think, Alice or some shit like that. This is Alice. She's my wife, and I am Alice's husband. Like, he doesn't mean jack squat. AOC wants all men to be effeminate so that women can rule this country. What kind of mentality is that? We are wrong because we want men to be real men? Because we affirm their gender? Because we affirm who they are? Because we support them to be what God intended them to be? The Democratic Party is all about transgenderism. Do you see that lady that hung up on me? She wants the benefits. Of course she wants to be here. Of course she's going to go protest against President Donald Trump. She's not going to listen to any type of, civil or common sense information. Wait, is that door open? It's fucking loud, man. You see what I'm saying? Why would she not? She would just go and argue about it. Because she wants the benefits. And every single person in this country that goes and protests against President Donald Trump is because they are getting benefits. All these fools that go out there and do this No King protest, they're the most stupidest people I've ever heard of. You know why? Because the only people that are playing to be kings is your Democratic leaders right now. It is what it is. Let me see. President Trump was the king that wanted to reopen the country. Your kings, the blue kings, the ones that really believe they're kings, they shut down the country. They shoved the vaccine up you. They convinced the leftists to hate the Americans that didn't want to take the vaccine. Anti-vaxxers, hateful people. They did so many things to destroy this country. Shameful, to be honest. Very shameful. I wish that it wasn't so. There is so many more things that we can do good in the world, not just here, in the world, if it wasn't for these people out there protesting stupid shit that doesn't exist. Do you think that if Trump really was a tyrant, a dictator, that they would be out on the street right now? Hell no. There would be no freedom of speech. I don't think these guys know what a tyrant dictator is. They would not be on that street. I will tell you that right now. Here's something interesting, and I always tell people I admire and I look up to Nayib Bukele, the Salvadorian president. People say you're a dictator, you're authoritarian, you're a tyrant, you don't allow people to express themselves with gender, whatever, in school. They don't allow LGBTQ to be taught in schools. You want to preserve the innocence of your children. What a dictator, what a tyrant, what an authoritarian. They put all the criminals in jail. They call them authoritarian. Over here, oh, human rights. Shut the hell up. Grow up. Learn to think for yourself. How mentally retarded are we in this country that we can't think for ourselves? Why do we defend criminals so much? Why not defend the law-abiding citizens? Why not defend your American children? Why is it that immigrant children are more important than Americans? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? They're invading your country. They're destroying your own culture. They're waving their flags in your land. How stupid are we that we're going to allow migrants to tell us what to do? How does that work? It makes no sense at all. We, as migrants coming to this country, we understand two things. One, if you come here legally, don't be a weight or a burden to the government. You can get a green card eventually. You do the right things, you become a citizen. If you're privileged enough and you were faithful and loyal enough, you will become a citizen. And we also know that if we come here illegally, we can't work. We can't get no benefits. And we'll go to jail and then we'll get deported. Fact. People use the excuse of asylum seekers. That's not asylum seekers. That's not asylum seekers. If I was a hateful person there, Carl, you beta, if I was a hateful person, I will tell you all migrants are horrible. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying illegal migrants are not good for this country. And it's easy for people that haven't sacrificed jack squat in their lives. It's easy for them to say that. It's easy for somebody that will not share their house with illegal immigrants that they have no clue where they come from. It's easy for those people to say, let them in, because they don't have to put up with it. It's not their money. That's why Democrats keep wasting it. And you don't pay attention to that. Hit in the ear and a bullet and no scar. Do you know how quick your ear heals? There is also something called surgery. Maybe he had plastic surgery. I don't go look at his ear. When I meet him in person, I'll take a look at his ear and see if there's any signs of that bullet going through. Now, I have cut myself shaving, one little tiny thing of shaving to make this awesome little mustache that I have. And that shit just keeps bleeding like it's been tore up left to right. It's just a little tiny little poke, and that thing just keeps bleeding and bleeding. So a lot of blood coming out of the ear. There is not much cartilage in here to see. I got holes from piercing. You can't even see the holes anymore. So there is healing in our ears, buddy. So don't go too crazy with that. But being back with the illegal immigrants, I don't understand why people don't know this. As a matter of fact, why don't you go read the laws of immigration? Find out what they have to prove in order to come here. Go find out how many migrants are actually allowed to come to this country legally. There is a certain amount of number of people that are allowed to come here. If you don't know, there is a census that gets done every year. There is a census for what? To find out how many citizens we got in this state. Every state, city has a budget. If we have a certain amount of citizens from this age to this age, there is going to be an approximation of how many new children are going to be born and how much the economy has to be adjusted. But it has to be done according to the numbers that we got. And when you have a lot of illegal immigration, mass illegal migrants coming into your city and your state, that budget goes overblown. We are negative $36 billion here in Washington state when we used to have a healthy, positive $16 billion budget. They've been taxing the crap out of Washingtonians and they still don't have enough money. How is that possible? Take a look at New York. This guy Mandami is probably going to win the senator race over there. He wants to tax the rich that are making over $1 million. 2% more. This guy's already paid 50% out of $1.5 million. This guy only takes $726,000 home. He wants to charge an extra 2% down so that they can have a better life, he says. Well, I mean, they're going to benefit from having cleaner streets and the free buses and all this stuff is going to bring the economy somewhere. What have you been doing with all the taxes that they already pay? What has your broke ass communities have done to fix the streets from being dirty? Tell me what the taxes have done so far. I want numbers. I want you to tell me this is how many millions we collect in taxes. Well, this is to fix the street. This is to fix the water sewage. This is to give this program. Make the numbers. Stop taxing the rich because you're too lazy to work for yourself. A guy that has never I'm trying to ignore some dumb comments. A mind that has never worked for survival in his life, comes from a Marxist father, comes from a rich family because of actors. His mom is an actress, I believe. Makes some stupid ass rap videos that I don't know. I never heard of them. How does he get to run New York as a senator? Unbelievable. And then this No King protesters are out there over there and saying, we're going to make Washington, D.C. a state. Shut the hell up. That's the capital. Nobody makes that a state. What's wrong with you? There's a reason for that. Guys, I'm going to take a pause, take a little moment here to say thank you to you guys. Your support is amazing. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you, Robert. Thank you guys for supporting my channel, always being here for me. Thank you for the likes and the subscribes. Trinity, can you believe it? We're at 8,200 subscribers. Unbelievable. It gives me so much hope that America can be great again. And I'm going to say this, it's probably not going to be great again until we get rid of all these illegal criminal aliens. And yes, any illegal should be deported. As sad as it is for us to see, I want to see my people come here legally so that people don't hate them for being in this country. Because so far, this illegal immigration, all that it has cost is pain and a bad reputation for us Hispanics. When you have a lot of criminals from Mexico, from Venezuela, from all over the Latin America, cartels selling drugs, killing our people, running prostitution in our states and cities, and the government doesn't do jack squat about it, that makes us look bad. When people say, oh, Mexicans are hard workers, that's great. But now they're saying Mexicans, Salvadorians, oh, they're the worst, they're criminals, they're thieves. They look at you like, oh, you're Hispanic? Oh, what are you looking over there? What are you touching? That is the reputation you want, and you don't care that people come here illegally because you're getting yours. You do you and I do me. You do you, boo. That's the stupidest thing that I have heard people say. And if you guys have said that, stop saying it. Chris 1, you're a beta and you're a sheep. See, your party, your lunatics tell you what to do. We have told President Trump what we want them to do, and they are keeping the promises that they said that they were going to do what we asked. That's a difference between your party and the party that we're supporting today. You can take that to the bank and take that, Bato. I don't know who's back. I don't see a name on there. Wow. So lazy you couldn't even put a name on that damn profile. makes anything up, bro. That's how people don't even have the work ethic to at least put your real name on there, will you? What are you afraid of? That somebody's gonna see who you are? You got my full name there. You got Dennis Herrera. You got a face. You got my voice. You got everything. I'm here in the open for you. And you keyboard warriors that keep threatening me and saying all this stuff. Who the hell is saying let's debate? There's no name on that profile. You're like, you don't exist. You don't exist. Who am I debating? I don't know who you are. You don't have a name. You don't have a photo. What's up? Who are you? Sexto Ibarra is in the house. Too many trolls, fakes, man. Yeah, I know that. Pradagucci, because you're talking poop. Yeah, I'm talking poop because that's how you describe yourself. That's what you think is poop. But American patriots know that the truth is not poop. Kuka Renee. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the Dennis or Warehouse show. Cool Cat, stop promoting me, bro. Stop promoting me. The autocorrect is killing the message. Let's see. Irma says, good jackasses don't exist. I don't know, Irma. They're good for carrying stuff sometimes. Oh, my goodness. Let's see, Frank. I'm going to give Frank a chance here. Let's see. Did you guys tell Trump to raise grocery prices, inflation, unemployment? Is up job growth are down? Is that what you tell Trump you want? Well, Frank Saldana, let's remind you that there is 19 million illegal immigrants in here working under the table, meaning that companies don't have to hire American citizens or green card holders or migrants with permits to work because they are hiring illegal immigrants. And that's how they make their money for their company. That's how the economy gets destroyed. And that's how people are sending money to other countries like Mexico, which makes over $46 billion in remittances from their illegal immigrants and migrants that are in this country. That does not help the economy, my friend. And while there is thousands of jobs that are available to work, guess what? People don't have to work them because illegal immigrants are doing the job for a cheaper labor. And that's where we're at, my friend. And we need to stop that shit. Okay. There you go, Frank. Thanks for the question. I appreciate you. Toro de Fuego says, hey, when was America great last? Before 21 million illegal immigrants came to this country, that's when it was great, my friend. And we want it back that way. Man, great questions. Great questions. Dennis, look, my coming up, cutting edge. Man, how far up, bro? How far up? Cutting edge. Oh, let's see. There's one. His mother give him 13 million for like something. I don't remember. Whose mother? Oh, Mondani. Oh yeah, the mayor, right? I said senator, I think, but you're right. I think it's mayor. Let me see. Let me take that. Let me take a look. How much? Let's see if I type that right. Let's see. That's not what I said. Well, I can't believe I don't know how to spell his freaking name. Let's see. Democratic Party. I'm not finding anything on that. At least AI doesn't want to tell me. Oh, there it is. There's a video actually about it. Well, why don't we watch it together and let's see what's up. Let's watch it together. I'm not looking at your comments just in case you're wondering, guys. All right, let's take a look at this. See what's up here. Thank you, Cutting Edge. Yeah, from donors. Oh, okay, I thought it was the mother. That's why I couldn't find anything. All right, let's go ahead and share this. Share the audio. Let's take a look.
Democratic frontrunner Zohran Mamdani is facing growing scrutiny over his campaign finances. According to reports by right-wing media outlets, Mamdani's campaign accepted donations from foreign sources, which would be a direct violation of U.S. election law.
Oops.
The controversy comes just weeks before Election Day and has raised fresh questions about transparency, accountability, and the flow of money into American politics. Now, under U.S. election law, candidates are strictly prohibited from accepting campaign funds from non-U.S. citizens or foreign residents. Yet new findings suggest that Zohran Mamdani's mayoral campaign received nearly $13,000 from foreign donors, including a contribution from his mother-in-law in Dubai. According to campaign's finance records reviewed by multiple outlets, at least 170 contributions to Mamdani's campaign were made from addresses outside the United States. Among them was an investor based in Dubai who gave around $2,000 in September. Now, under such circumstances, candidates are expected to return any foreign funds immediately, and failure to do so can lead to heavy fines or even criminal charges if the violation is found to be intentional.
I hope.
But in Mamdani's case, campaign records show that 88 donations worth over $7,000 have still not been returned. And the campaign has reportedly returned over $5,000 in donations so far, including his mother-in-law's donation. According to reports, the campaign said it intends to return any donations that were sent from outside the U.S. And most of the foreign donations reportedly came in June, just before Mamdani's surprising primary win over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and current Mayor Eric Adams. Now, Mamdani is currently the frontrunner in New York City's mayoral elections. The donors, according to records, include a wide mix of people, including tech workers, doctors, professors, and students. Some donors pledged just $1, others up to $2,000. Already, he's raised over $4 million in private donations, received nearly $13 million in public matching funds, and still holds more than $6 million in his campaign account, with less than a month to go before the election. Now, the controversy also follows a separate incident on Sunday when Mamdani participated in a United Nations fundraiser linked to the UNRWA, an agency previously criticized for employing individuals connected to the October 7 Hamas attacks. His campaign has not responded to questions about the event. And throughout the backlash, Mamdani has continued to position.
The only difference there, Mr. TD, is Elon Musk is American. We're talking about international foreign donations. But that's a good job. That's a good job. Good job. That is true.
Himself as a progressive challenger to the political establishment. In fact, at a rally in Upper Manhattan on Monday, he attacked his rivals, Andrew Cuomo and President Donald Trump, directly.
We can demand a government that makes our lives better. We can tell billionaires that this city doesn't just belong to them. We can tell Donald Trump he cannot buy this election. And we can tell Andrew Cuomo that New York City is not for sale.
But as Mamdani fights to define himself as the voice of the people, the questions over his campaign foreign donations refuse to fade. The next few weeks could determine not just Mamdani's political future, but how New York defines the boundaries between global support and domestic law.
Want the facts?
The latest developments.
News.
Wow. So he's a liar, huh? Yeah, of course. And how come everybody that says something that you don't agree with is a liar? Very interesting. Hey, thank you, Cutting Edge. That's actually a very, very nice. Good information. All right, now that we got this out of the way, who is trying to call, Trinity? Watch the people that are awake flew by. All right, who's calling? Go ahead and call again. I don't call numbers back. All right. Let's see what we got here. Cutting Edge, better be you. All right, who's calling in? What is your question or comment?
Okay, this is Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
And how's Roberto's? Hey, did you ever get your burrito?
I didn't get a burrito, but I did eat some tacos.
Okay, yeah, McDonald's isn't too good.
I know. There's no
It is
choice,
what it
Mama.
is.
That's the cheapest thing that I can buy, and that's all I got.
I tell you, right?
I am just part of the herd. Just part of the herd.
Yes, we are. My point is,
Mhm.
is these protesters, do they realize that they are protesting cartels? They're kidnappings.
Yep.
The killing of babies.
Yeah.
Prostitution
That's right.
with their children.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And the drugs.
Yeah.
And I just think it's so sad that there's so much. People are blind.
Yeah. Like Leslie on the chat. She's blind. They just capture a big group of cartels here in Seattle, Washington that were doing just what you just said. And I mentioned that earlier. And people still they turn a blind eye. If it doesn't benefit them, they are just gonna pouch. But if it benefits them, they're gonna be fighting for that benefit. They don't care who gets hurt. They don't really care about their own children. Like that, you gotta have some sort of mentality to want to protect your children's future. And these people don't care. As long as they get theirs, they have the mentality of you do you, boo, and I'll do me, boo. That's how they think. But it's like that's not what the saying is supposed to be about, you know?
And we are in a spiritual warfare big time,
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
And the whole thing is, it's like, really, I mean, what I've been noticing is that this is going on globally. So who's really behind it? Is this moving towards a one world order?
Oh, of course. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
Shut down all the governments.
Yep.
Everybody thinks they're evil. So that opens up the one world order. Say, oh, we've got the answer.
Here, remember this. I don't know if you heard this one. I'm sure most people have heard it. You guys, who likes Arnold Schwarzenegger?
So.
Yeah. I love Arnold Schwarzenegger, but there's a point. I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay. He was a Republican governor. This bastard didn't allow me to renew my license in California because my green card had expired, so I had to get it renewed. That's how strict it was, but it was good because he wouldn't allow illegal immigrants to get licenses. Okay. But this is what he said.
What's upsetting is that the good people that are coming in,
yeah,
it's making it bad for everybody.
That's correct. Yes, and that is why we fight it. Yeah, that's why we fight it. But as much as I love Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I know Arnold Schwarzenegger loves Mexican people, with his movies and all this stuff, right? He's great. But this is why I mentioned him, because when China created the Chinese virus, right, the COVID-19 that attacked America, a lot of people with the immune system that was weak died. I acknowledge that. Many people that were put on ventilators, they shouldn't have been on ventilators. They died because of ventilators. I know there was some fault in there. But here's the thing. China has been training their people to wear masks all the time. Okay, we know that. Most Asians do that, blah, blah, blah. No big deal, right? But you said it. And the first test was, let's create a pandemic. And let's see if we can shut down the world. Do we really have world order right now? Well, they
did
proved
the same thing with AIDS.
Yeah, but they proved that they can do it.
Bossy said the same wording as he did with AIDS.
Yeah. Well, what did Arnold Schwarzenegger and many people did on the left side and on the right, all right? Mostly the left. But even Arnold Schwarzenegger was so fear-mongered by these people. They convinced him so hard that he said, to hell with your rights. And I was like, wait, what? But I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. Why would he say that? Like, no, what do you mean to hell with your rights? if you don't want to be sick, if you think wearing a mask, wear a mask. But if I don't wear a mask, let me be who I am. If you believe your vaccine is going to keep you from being sick, like Fauci said, he promised that we were not going to get sick. I got sick 4 times.
I did once right after my hernia surgery. 2 weeks later, I had caught COVID.
Oh, wow.
You know, but the medical field, it has been evil for decades.
Yeah, I
You
believe it.
know,
And nobody says anything, though, except for Trump, and that's why they hate him.
Exactly. And look at Trump. Look at how many people he has saved by closing the border.
Yeah.
All the people crossing that die out there, they have a lot of water areas, but
Yeah.
they still die. And it's so sad. They don't
Yeah.
care when someone falls, they're going to leave them.
You know, Charlie, you know what my mom used to tell us, and this is the thing where we talk about it in the 80s. My mom and everybody talked because there was always people that say, I'm going to go to the States. I'm going to be pregnant. I'm going to go over there and give birth to my child, and then I'm going to become a citizen. My mother always talked with my aunt and the neighbors. Listen, it is very dangerous to go there. There is children that are disappearing. There is people that are being raped. There are people that are being abused. They're being used for prostitution. And they take your money. They will steal you. They will dump you on the side of the road. Nobody
Kill
gives
your
a care.
children.
Yeah, it is very dangerous. Don't do that. And people still did it. That's the reality of migrants. This is they talk about it before they come here, and they put their lives together. And I'm going to say this. Listen, a lot of people don't believe me, but I was just talking to my brother about this stuff yesterday, and I told him, I said, I don't understand this, bro. I said, if you're in Honduras, you got a roof over your head. And I know you got to work every day, Monday through Saturday. I get it. It's tough, right? But this is your country. You got food on the table. You got some entertainment. You can watch your novelas, and you have your freedom to what you earn. But because they want to have a bigger house, or they want to have some type of luxury that they think that we have here in the States.
That's what they Joneses.
Yeah, they just leave all that behind. They don't care. And this is Charlie. This is something that I have seen a lot in the migrant community that have come here. Many come here and they are successful. And many
Yes.
of them come in here with some great family values. Their spouses are great. And then
Better
once they
believe it.
come here, a lot of them, they lose that value. They don't care about the family. Like everybody, most people that I talk to, they're okay with this mentality right here, Charlie. As long as the mom and the dad work all day, we can make enough money. And I'm like, okay, so who's going to raise your children again? Like, where does that exactly the streets, or worse, the school that wants to make your boys girls and your girls boys, and we can't do anything about it? No, we got to stand against that. We can't do it.
Well, look at Planned Parenthood. They come into junior high schools when I was younger, and they say, "Here's condoms, here's birth control."
I remember.
pill.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell your parents to have an abortion.
Yeah.
So then boys and girls start having sex.
Yeah.
Then they start getting records. But yet our government is allowing, say, oh, have sex.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's you remember that program Dare? Nobody knows about Dare anymore. Remember, say no to drugs.
Oh yeah.
Not anymore. Here in Seattle, there's places where you can get your free heroin, free safe shots. They say free safe shooting is what they say. Free heroin. So if you're a drug addict, you get your fix, but they control it, so it's okay. That's what they say.
It's all about money and greed.
It's about the money. Let me guess. How do they buy these drugs? How do they pay for this type of facilities? That's right. It takes millions and millions of dollars. And I and Trinity know this. I always talk about NGOs. Why do we talk about NGOs, non-government organizations? Because we don't have to we don't have to ask permissions from the taxpayers to use that money. They just use it blatantly, and they don't care about the citizens paying. They just say, oh, you know what? We'll just raise another 1% in taxes. Oh, we'll just raise property taxes. There has been citizens here, Washingtonians, that are actually in trouble of losing their houses that has been in the family for over 100 years, if you can believe that.
Me so mad. They're killing our farmlands. I come
Oh.
from a family of farmers.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm going to fight for the farmers next year. I'm going to campaign next year, but we'll see.
And look at our meat. They're destroying our meat.
Yeah.
They're killing our cattle. They're killing our pigs. They're vaccinating them, and the vaccinations are coming to us.
Yeah.
Coming in our bodies because we're eating the meat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that some regulations are okay because they're trying to deal with like
Oh
health,
yeah,
but I think that they have been going too hard on farmers, and they haven't been taking care of them because,
they're destroying them.
well, they look at the farmers like they're just some shithole over there on the, on the side that we don't care. We just care about corporations that gives us millions of dollars in taxes. They don't care about farmers because they don't have to pay millions of dollars in taxes from what they make. It's
Well,
like,
we're not under a constitution, and we haven't been for over, you know, we're under a corporation. It was really set up as a corporation in the United States, not a constitution.
yeah, yeah, and it should have
They
been.
make their rules, they make their laws just to steal our money.
Yeah. No, Charlie, thank you so much for your call. It's good to hear your voice, Mama. I appreciate you. God bless
Thank
you
you.
and your family. And hopefully, it's not the last time you call.
Blessings for all of us.
Uh,
We need it.
yes, ma'am. Yeah, you have a good one. All right.
You too.
Thank you. I love my elder citizens. They have so much wisdom, knowledge, and I love to absorb all that knowledge. So, thanks to Charlie for calling. Thank you guys for callers that have been respectful and nice. We are gonna let's see if we can listen to a few
2 hour debate.
of this debate. Let me hear what this guy has to say here.
The most expensive city in the United States of America. The headline would read in about a year, Mamdani continues to take on Trump, delivers on affordability agenda for New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Sally?
Thank you, Melissa. We're going to talk about leadership. Voters have reservations about all three of you as chief executive of New York City, a city with roughly 300,000 employees and a budget.
Was that you calling, Lisa? No, don't put your number here, sweetheart. Cutting Edge says, just look my country, DR, Dominican Republic. They want to unite the two countries and make everyone Dominican by a company working in Haiti from Germany. And that company get hacked in the past. Imagine everyone came or from Germany and spy on the USA. That is actually a good point, and that's right. Dominican Republic is what you said, Cutting. I hope that's the right one. I don't want to butcher it. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I appreciate that. It helps a lot, and I appreciate that support. Well, if you have, man, you people got to defend their country, man. They got to be patriots for their country. Uh, I don't know how that will help, but I believe that all of our enemies, bro, even the ones that are playing that are friends, I don't trust any of them. Let me see if this. I don't know if this was Lisa. To be honest. Thank you for calling. Who's this?
Hello.
Hi.
This is Jeffrey Washington.
Hey, Jeffrey. How are you? Thanks for calling.
I'm good. I just wanted to say happy birthday.
To
you.
No, it's not my birthday.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's a year too early, but I appreciate it.
Birthday.
I'll take it. Thank you, Jeffrey. Do you have a question or a comment?
No, not really. I was just bored and I saw the number.
Awesome. Well, thanks for calling, and nice to hear your voice. You be good.
Have a good day.
Later. I don't know if this is the right number, but let's see.
Hello.
Hi, is this Lisa?
Yes.
Hi, Lisa.
I didn't want to put my number in there. But
No, I deleted it already. Don't worry. But I was hoping this is the right one. How are you today? It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. But I tried to call the number and I kept saying mailbox full.
Yeah, this phone is it's only open when I am available to take the call. But if I'm on the phone with somebody, I won't answer the phone. That's why.
All right. Well, so I just believe that immigration should be standardized. It should be across the board. I don't care if you've been here for 25 years and you're a great citizen. If you haven't tried to become an American citizen, then you should be deported.
Yeah.
It's just my belief. And I know there are good people here from other countries.
Yeah.
And they've abided by our laws, but they also crossed our border and have not done it in legal sense.
Yeah.
So if you don't do it in the right way, I don't think they should be able to stay here. And
Yeah.
Trump gave everyone an outlet, $1,000 and a plane ticket
Oh, yeah.
to any country you want to be a part of.
You know what, Linda? Sorry to cut you off. I want to tell you right now. I know people don't believe me. I know Trinity does. If I had that opportunity, if I was illegal in this country, if I had that opportunity where they will give me a plane ticket back to Honduras and they will give me $1,000 once I land there, I would self-deport 100%. I guarantee you that right now. One of them is because, I got family here or whatever, right? But if I had no choice and I had to go to Honduras, I will have an excuse to not be here and be able to go down there. I will share this testimony with you since you're on my phone with me. There is a cousin of one of my growing up brothers. I don't know if you guys, you're my member, so you guys must have seen the video that I shared when I was in Honduras, and I showed you a couple of them. Well, one of their cousins got deported from the United States, like forcibly deported. The wife was going to give birth, and then she was going to self-deport herself and go to Honduras. The guy said, because I was FaceTiming with my brothers, right? And then he was in the back, and he's like, "Oh, look, this is our growing up brother Dennis, and he's a Trumpster." And the guy, and he says, "Oh, this guy over here, my cousin, he hates Trump." And he got on the phone, and I said, "Why do you hate Trump?" He's like, "Well, it's not, at first, I didn't like him because he got me deported." But he said, "But you know what? To be honest," he said, "now that I came back to Honduras, I started doing my own business, and it's been going great. So I'm actually not upset at him anymore. And I am happy that I'm back in Honduras in my own land where I get to spend time with my mom." That's what he said. I promise you. And then now I don't know if his wife is already in Honduras, but she was pregnant and they were waiting for her to give birth. And then she was going to go live with him in Honduras. But you know what? That's how it is. There's a lot of Hondurans in Honduras that are doing very well. There's a lot of hardworking people. One of the things that people don't realize from El Salvador president Nayib Bukele, there is old people, there is young people, there is uneducated people that they go farm the fields, and they grab their vegetables and they take it to the market, and they don't get rich off of it. But every dollar that they sell in product is theirs. No gangbanger is stealing from them. Nobody's forcing them to pay money for protection. They're safe, they feel happy, they don't mind working, and they are happy. In Honduras we don't have such luck, but hopefully they take after that same model. I know Guatemala is already doing that, so we'll see. You know what, God has everything under control. If I become successful here enough, I would love to try to partner with Honduras, only because that's my country of birth, and then maybe other countries. I would definitely love to have a partnership with Nayib Bukele. I really believe that what he's doing for the people is awesome, and Salvadorians are free because of him. And Salvadorians that are here in the States are legal with a permit, temporary permit, but they're here legally and they're able to work, they're paying taxes, and they're taking care of their families with always options to come back and forth between the United States and El Salvador. And I think that's awesome. People don't know those things.
We moved from a very liberal state, Minnesota, to a
Yeah.
very red state, Tennessee. But our small town, I think, is overrun. I should say that. That's kind of harsh.
Yeah. Well,
I believe there's a lot of illegal aliens here.
well, there's a lot of good illegal aliens, but unfortunately, they're illegal. But they got to go. They got to go. And the more these people, I don't know if they're Americans or they're just trying to play reverse psychology, but the more that I hear people insult me when I stand up for legal immigration, the more that I feel is right. I don't know why. I just like to be the opposite, I guess, of what other people think. But in my heart, I know. And if people want to blame my mother for that, my mother's the one that taught me to be that way. So there's that.
I just think you should do things the right and legal way.
Yes, ma'am. That is exactly what I want people to do. And then once we get this taken care of, then we need to support each other on making sure that everybody respects everybody else and that everybody becomes successful. But we need to really push away from this socialist communist agenda. They've been trying to destroy our country for so long, and so far we've been able to fend off against them. But I'm afraid that this perversive, rebellious generation is just multiplying way faster than the actual good patriots of this country. Who knows? Maybe they'll go extinct since they like to be men like to be women, etc. And maybe they go extinct because they can't reproduce with each other. That's horrible. Yeah,
Well,
we'll leave it in God's hands.
That's the only thing you can do is, but I think people are waking up, and I think they're trying, especially after Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah.
I think they're
big wake up for a lot of Americans.
I don't wish death upon anyone, obviously.
Yeah, me neither.
But his death, I think, resulted in more of a revival, more of a
That's right, man.
godly, turning point. Then, so out of evil comes a good thing.
Yes, monkey.
So I'm not glad that he died. I'm just glad that I think his death resulted in a
well, he's
positive.
saved. He's saved, so we do celebrate his life. Yeah, we don't celebrate death; we celebrate life.
Yes.
I'm gonna continue playing this video because I want to watch a little bit of this debate, political debate with the New Yorkers, and I want to see what these guys say. So yeah, thank you for calling, Linda. I appreciate it, Lisa.
Thank you for calling me.
Yeah.
You're West Coast. I'm Eastern time, so
Yeah.
it's past my bedtime.
Have a good night. Well, don't worry. We'll praise you tomorrow or sometime this week. All right. Take care, Mama. God bless you. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and watch this little debate. If you can stay on, that's okay. I am going to watch this debate, and if you want to stay with me to watch it, you're more than welcome. Of course, I love to. The debate is about an hour and a half, I think. So whoever wants to stay is all good. All right, let's listen to this, and I'll try to pay attention to some of your comments in here. And we'll continue. I really want to know what the hell this guy's talked about.
Bigger than many countries. We have questions for each of you, and Mr. Cuomo, we will begin with you. As a former governor of New York, you obviously have the management experience, but you resigned from office amid sexual harassment and COVID-related scandals. Why should voters now trust that you have the character to be mayor? You have 1 minute.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the question. First, you are right. I left office. There was a report that was done that had allegations of harassment. I said at the time it was a political report and that there was no basis to it. It was then sent to 5 district attorneys. They all reviewed it. They found nothing. It was then litigated for 5 years. I was dropped from the cases. So none of that came to anything. When it comes to executive experience, I've run the Department of Housing and Urban Development, built housing all across the nation. I was governor for 11 years, The budget is double what it is in New York City, and I got government to work. I passed groundbreaking laws, minimum wage, paid family leave, built projects that had never been built before. This is no job for on-the-job training. And if you look at the failed mayors, they're ones that had no management experience. Don't do it again.
Thank you. Rosarina?
Thank you, Sally. In the theme of
I find that interesting. Mr. Cuomo says this is not a job where you're going to wait to get experience on the job. Well, how the hell did he get that experience on the job? He never did that before. Did I hear that wrong? Maybe I wasn't paying attention because of the comments in here. Let's see. I hope Trump wins over Mandani. I don't know, man. Part of me wants to be bad and evil and just say let Mandani win so that other states become more wealthy because of all the billionaires leaving New York. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that happens.
leadership, Mr. Mandani, you work as a foreclosure prevention counselor for winning seat in the state assembly. You have no substantial management experience. How are you ready to lead the nation's largest and greatest city in the world in one day? You have a minute.
I have the experience of having served in the New York State Assembly for 5 years and watching a broken political system, the experience of seeing a governor in Andrew Cuomo who would rather have served his billionaire donors than the working class New Yorkers who voted for him, and the experience amidst all of that of fighting and winning for working class taxi drivers to free them from predatory debt and delivering the first free bus lines in New York City history, and in working with unions and working class New Yorkers to finally raise taxes just that little bit on Mr. Cuomo's donors to start to fully fund our public school. And more than that, I have the experience of being a New Yorker, someone who has actually paid rent in the city before I ran for mayor, someone who has had to wait for a bus that never came, someone who actually buys his groceries in this same city. And what all of that experience has shown me, which Mr. Cuomo can't seem to understand, is that it is far too expensive and far too hard for New Yorkers to afford to live in this city. And the definition of experience is not doing the same thing again and again and hoping for a different result. That's actually the definition of insanity.
Thank you, Mr. Mandani.
If I can, I think I was invoked.
Yes.
In other words, what the Assemblyman said is he has no experience. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job. On his resume, it says he interned for his mother.
Wait. I think I've said this quite a few times about this guy. And look at his face. He just laughs like, don't believe him. I'm innocent. Look at me. I've said this a couple of times, I think. And well, here we go. Good job, Cuomo. Get him.
This is not a job for a first-timer. Any day, you could have a hurricane, you have, God forbid, a 9/11, a health pandemic. If you don't know what you're doing, people could die.
Mr. Mamdani, want to respond?
And if we have a health pandemic, then why would New Yorkers turn back to the governor who sent seniors to their death in nursing homes? That's the kind of experience that's on offer here today. What I don't have in experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a blow. That is true. That is true. But I got to give it to Mandami. Now, I want to see how Cuomo replied. I really haven't seen this. I've seen some little clips, like 10, 20-second clips on these guys, but I want to see how Cuomo is going to reply. But I'm going to tell you this. If you were in a pandemic, I'm not making excuses for Cuomo, guys. I will eat this guy alive on that subject. But I'm going to look at it from the other side. And I'm going to say, if there was a pandemic where they said that this would be the safest way to do something, then that's what I would follow. Sometimes as a senator, as a governor, as a mayor, as a whatever, there is some tough decisions to make in leadership. And I made that decision. It's a tough one, but we try to do the best with what we had with this pandemic. Nobody's experienced on that. Nobody's ready to deal with such thing. So I would have found a way for him to look semi-okay, but Mandami definitely hit him right on the balls.
First, what you said was totally false, as you know.
Which part was false?
During COVID, everyone did whatever they could in this state. And there have been numerous investigations. where they've gone through it and they said we followed federal guidance. But yes, people died during COVID, and my heart breaks for everyone that died in this state and across this nation.
But just to be
That's fair. I think that's fair.
Mr. Just to fact check that, there is a criminal investigation reportedly underway at the DOJ about your testimony to Congress about your nursing home record.
Yeah, but that is a political issue with the Congress. They made a referral, which has gone absolutely nowhere. But there have been multiple investigations where the DOJ found that the nursing home investigation was political.
Let's be clear. I think Cuomo is guilty. There's no doubt. I actually agree with Richie on this one. I think he's guilty. But, I don't know. Like, they lied to us about COVID left and right. So who's to blame him when everybody was lied to and everybody believed it? Most of us fought it. But at the end, I took the vaccine. I got sick 4 times. I wore a mask because, embarrassingly, I wore a mask because of other people that, man, whatever. But I think Cuomo is actually being honest. Interesting.
Motivated.
Okay, we're going to move on. We might have time to come back to it. I do need to move on to Mr.
May I just finish my rebuttal? But the Assemblyman still says he has no experience to do the job.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Sliwa, as founder of the Guardian Angels and as a radio host, you've been a well-known figure in New York City for decades, but you also lack substantial management experience. So how are you prepared to be the chief executive officer of New York City? You have 1 minute, Mr. Sliwa.
First of all, I created the Guardian Angels to provide public safety in the subways and streets when government was incapable of doing so. I didn't do it to get a title or a paycheck. Secondarily, I don't declare myself to be all-knowing. I will hire the very brightest and best in their fields who have dedicated their lives to trying to improve the city of New York or the state or the federal government or the private sector. But what I will say is, thank God I'm not a professional politician. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang attack. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician because they have helped create this crime crisis in the city that we face, and I will
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
So I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think this guy right here would have more potential if instead of playing or fighting against these 2 people, which obviously they're his opponents, and President Trump ate every single one of their opponents with the art of the insult. But I think that he should concentrate more on what he has seen that has been done wrong. Don't even point at them. I will probably look at my opponent as well, but try to concentrate more on what he is going to do to fix the problem in New York, how he's going to benefit New Yorkers and the people in his city. And I think that's what I would go on if I was running with these guys.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Candidates, President Trump has expressed intense interest in this election and in all of you personally. Mr. Mamdani, the president called you, quote, my little communist. Mr. Sliwa, he said you're, quote, not exactly prime time. And Mr. Cuomo, he has been critical of you, but said you have always gotten along. The president has threatened to cut federal funds to the city. And just yesterday, he killed the Gateway Project, the tunnel connecting New York to New Jersey. You've all promised to resist him in some way. What would you say in your first official call with the president to set the tone for your relationship moving forward? We'll give you a minute for this. We'll start with you, Mr. Mamdani.
I would make it clear to the president that I am willing to not only speak to him, but to work with him if it means delivering on lowering the cost of living for New Yorkers. That's something that he ran his presidential campaign on, and yet all he's been able to deliver thus far has been prosecuting his political enemies and trying to enact the largest deportation program in American history. And what distinguishes me from Andrew Cuomo is the fact that he has gotten on the phone with that same president, not asking him how to work together to help New Yorkers or not telling him that he would refuse to back down to protect those New Yorkers, but instead asking him how to win this race. That's something I can do myself. I don't need the president's assistance for. And what I'd tell the president is if he ever wants to come for New Yorkers in the way that he has been, he's going to have to get through me as the next mayor of this city.
All right, Mr. Cuomo, we'll give you a little extra time, but I'd like you to answer this question as well, what your first conversation with the president would be like.
Okay. First, I never had a conversation with the president that the assemblyman was talking about. But he's has a distant relationship with the truth. I would say to the president in the first conversation, look, we have had many, many battles. We fought together every day during COVID, and the battles were bloody. And I'd like to avoid them. If you come after New York, you know what I'm going to do. You know it's going to be ugly. And my chances are almost 50-50, even though you're the president. I'd like to work with you. I think we can do good things together. But number one, I will fight you every step of the way if you try to hurt New York.
Unless he weaponizes the justice system to go after the attorney general of this state, in which case you'll issue a statement that doesn't even name the president. And no matter what you think about Donald Trump, you know that not even being able to name him is an act of cowardice. And that's what we would see from Donald Trump's puppet on the right.
I do want to get Ms. Sliwa, but
Right. An act of not being able to name Donald Trump the president is an act of cowardice. And yet, when he was asked if he condemns Hamas, he couldn't do that. That's an act of cowardice.
Mr. Cuomo, I'll give you a few seconds to respond to that.
Yeah. I said political weaponization of the justice system is wrong. Both sides do it. It's wrong when Donald Trump does it. It's wrong when they did it to Comey. It's wrong when Comey did it to Hillary.
Okay.
It was wrong when it happened to Tish James.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. I want to give Mr. Sliwa a chance to answer this.
Well, I want to put myself on this race. I'm going to run for governor here for New York tonight. Here you go, Mr. Cuomo. What I disagree with you is this. The political opponents on the Democratic side, they weaponized the federal government, the FBI, the CIA. They did everything to try to destroy this man from being selected to be our president again. I think it's only fair that we hold accountable all those people that lied to us and paid their legacy media to lie for them, to be investigated by the same organizations as the FBI, CIA, and turn the tables on them and see if we can get some justice on that. And once we get justice, then we can go ahead and start on a zero clean slate. That's what I think.
Mr. Sliwa, your first official conversation with the president, what would you say to set the tone?
Well, first of all, there's high levels of testosterone in this room. I've had a love-hate relationship with Donald Trump that goes back over 30 years. But I know one thing. We have Andrew Cuomo. We have Zoran Mandami. They want to take on Donald Trump. Look, you can be tough, but you can't be tough if it's going to cost people desperately needed federal funds. Zoran Mandami, the president, has already said he's going to take $7 billion out of the budget right from the start if you're elected mayor. People are going to suffer in this city. People who need those federal funds. What I would do is sit and negotiate. I would say, look, Mr. President, we need that Gateway Tunnel. It moves millions of people from Washington, D.C. to Boston. But take away the Q train project. We don't need those 3 stations going from 96th Street to 125th. It's not a necessity. Sit with the president and whoever he delegates and try to negotiate. But if you try to get tough with Trump, the only people who are going to suffer from that are the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa, thank you.
The actual New Yorkers, not the illegal immigrants, the actual New Yorkers.
Brief response, Mr. Mamdani.
Mr. Trump is already suspending infrastructure grants to this city, and he's doing it in a blatant act of political retribution. And what it requires is leadership that will stand up to him. And I disagree with Mr. Sliwa. We do need to extend the 2nd Avenue subway to 125th Street. It was a promise made to Harlemites decades ago. Okay. It's time to actually fulfill it.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Okay, quick question for each of you. Mr. Cuomo, you've been asked this before.
He mentioned my name. Don't I get a chance to respond?
Well, we got a lot of ground to cover, Mr. Sliwa.
When was the last time you spoke with President Trump, Mr. Cuomo? You've been asked this before, and the last time you said you couldn't remember?
I believe it was during his assassination attempt.
So last year in 2024. Mr. Sliwa, when was the last time you spoke with President Trump?
Oh, many years ago, we were receiving awards. I was praising him for saving the annual Veterans Day parade. Those were the conversations that I had with him. Can I please respond? I was asked about the Q train.
Okay, real quick.
I am the mayor of mass transit. We do not need a Q train. I'm in the subways every day. We have more than a capable system of transporting people.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
The infrastructure needs to be
Thank you,
fixed
Mr.
in the
Sliwa.
system that we have.
Thank you,
Mr. Mamdani.
Wait, is it just me or these guys are horrible at moderating? You can't allow the other guy to respond 3 times, and this guy can respond at least once completely before they take him off. Oh man, I see. I would have turned into Trump right there.
Have you ever spoken with President Trump?
No.
Okay, there you go. Sally.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, a follow-up to that. President Trump has spoken positively about you and your candidacy, even as his Justice Department, as we've noted, is reportedly investigating you for allegations you lied to Congress over your COVID record. Given that dynamic, how would you be able to stand up to this White House? How are you not compromised? And just take into account that New Yorkers are troubled by what they view as a compromised relationship the current outgoing mayor has with the president.
Yeah. First, you're wrong when you say there's any investigation of me. That's not true.
Do you have evidence there is no investigation?
I've heard absolutely nothing. Congress did a press release. They said they sent a letter to the Department of Justice, which they do routinely to generate press. And that's what that is. I fought Donald Trump. He investigated me repeatedly with the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice Inspector General said that it was actually politically motivated. That does not back me up. When I'm fighting for New York, I am not going to stop. And I'll tell you something else. If the Assemblyman is elected mayor, Donald Trump will take over New York City, and it will be Mayor Trump who runs New York City.
We have to move on. Just a very quick follow-up, yes or no. You're saying unequivocally the Justice Department is not investigating you.
So I guess we agree that this is horrible moderators, but I'm going to tell you right now, Cuomo is, it seems like he's playing, well, he's an idiot, number one. I get that, but he's playing a little bit too defensive. And I think that he's wrong. I think that he needs to say, hey, listen, I have been fighting very hard for my state. I know I made some mistakes. He should back Trump up. I can guarantee you he will probably win that race. I don't care what they say. Oh, you talked to Trump and he convinced. It doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't matter if people say that he convinced me or not. It doesn't matter. It's what's right for New Yorkers. I want the city safe. Can you imagine if they got rid of over a couple of million people here from New York that are illegal? How much cleaner the streets would be? How much less traffic that would be? I think they will actually make more money. And I think that rich people would love to pay more taxes because there will be less traffic. There will be less people to steal from them. There'll be less people doing drugs. There'll be more regulation with police. There'll be less criminal activities on the street. They will not be afraid to go on the street under nice, expensive suits and go to a Starbucks without getting assaulted or robbed. I think that that's going to make a big difference for New Yorkers. And if I was Cuomo, that's what I would have said. And I'd be like, hey, I am with Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call him and I'm going to see if I can help him in any way that I can.
Correct?
I've heard absolutely nothing.
They could be, and you might not have heard it, but okay, we'll move on. David?
Okay. Thank you, Sally.
That is virtually impossible, by the way.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cuomo, you did put out an ad the day after the news first broke in the New York Times that you were under investigation, calling it a political investigation, saying they were coming after you as they had to, after other Democratic politicians. You haven't denied this previously.
That the Republican Congress was. Yes, I believe they play politics with the justice system. Okay. I believe the Republican Congress does it. I believe Donald Trump does it. I believe the Democrats do it. And that's why I think people are sick and tired of the justice system and the politics.
If you think that there's no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, then that's the candidate for you. If you think it's time to have a Democratic Party that actually stands up to Donald Trump and his billionaire-backed assault on working people,
well, first of all, you're not a Democrat.
Candidates,
right? You're not a Democrat. You're a Democratic socialist.
We have
you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, right?
We have other ground to cover. We have other ground to cover.
That's an incendiary charge. I want to be very.
You may have a chance to address it, but we do.
I'll be very
quick. A lot
quick.
of issues to get to with New Yorkers, Mr. Mamdani.
I'll be very quick.
You didn't say leave it blank in the Kamala
I'll be very
campaign?
quick. I said leave it blank in the presidential primary because primaries are a place to air dissent. And like many Americans, I was horrified by the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. And if you want to look for me on the ballot, you'll find me as the Democrat.
Mr. Mamdani, thank you. We have to.
He just squeezed that in there. Did you see that? I was so what? He was very just devastated by the Israeli genocide over Palestine. He actually put that in there. Huh. That's why he doesn't condemn Hamas, just so you know.
Move on. This week, the world is reacting to President Trump's Israel-Hamas peace deal and the release of the hostages. And many are cautiously optimistic about a lasting peace. Of course, the mayor has no direct role in foreign affairs, and we certainly have a lot of questions for you about city matters. But this war has been a major topic in the campaign, and there are criticisms about your positions in the past and how you envision leading on these issues as mayor. So we have questions for all of you, but first for Mr. Mamdani, because of something you said that's been generating headlines in the news today as we come into the debate yesterday on Fox News. You were asked if Hamas should lay down its weapons, key to the peace plan and ceasefire. And some say they found your achieved. We know it's a complicated matter, but we'd like you to keep your answer to a minute if you could.
Of course, I believe that they should lay down their arms. I'm proud to be one of the first elected officials in the state who called for a ceasefire. And calling for a ceasefire means ceasing fire. That means all parties have to cease fire and put down their weapons. And the reason that we call for that is not only for the end of the genocide, but also an unimpeded access of humanitarian aid. I, like many New Yorkers, am hopeful that this ceasefire will hold. I'm hopeful that it is durable. I'm hopeful that it is just. And for it to be just, we also have to ensure that it addresses the conditions that preceded this. Conditions like occupation, like the siege, and apartheid. And that is what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah. If I may, that means from the river to the sea.
I'm being marginalized out of this.
I'm sorry. When
It's a debate of three. Excuse me, Andrew. It's a debate of three. Do we acknowledge that? Three people?
Mr. Sliwa, go ahead, and we'll give you a second. Go ahead, Mr. Sliwa.
The President of the United States should have been applauded by you, Zoran Mandami, and you, Andrew Cuomo, on the day that he brought together that international coalition that met in Egypt, that came from the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. I certainly applauded him for bringing peace to Gaza and trying to end the hostilities in the war between the Israelis and Hamas, so there can be peace between the Israelis and peace between the Palestinians. But you seem, Zoran, to be incapable of praising our president. And Andrew, you were incapable of praising our president.
Gentlemen, we have
Give credit where credit is due. He's brought peace to Gaza.
Yeah, gentlemen, we want to hear everything you have to say. We have other questions on the matter. Mr. Cuomo, please, brief response, because we do have other questions on this issue that you may be able to address. Go ahead.
I did applaud President Trump and his administration. I think it was a great accomplishment. I hope the peace holds. The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like NASCAR, so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
And Melissa has
We're going to turn it to Sally, actually.
Yeah, actually, this kind of flows, and then we'll go back to Melissa. Mr. Mamdani, you told NBC's Meet the Press that you don't believe it's the role of the mayor to police speech. Your words about this war have comforted many New Yorkers, but they've troubled others, and I want to ask about some of this. There is your recent refusal, as we just discussed, to condemn the slogan, globalize the Intifada, which many view as a call to arms. In 2017, you rapped lyrics praising the Holy Land Five. These are men who were convicted of supporting terrorism. How would you assure New Yorkers, especially Jewish residents who might be concerned about this, that you would be a mayor for all? You have 1 minute to answer this.
Thank you for this opportunity. When I am speaking about the responsibility of leading this city, I mean leading not just those who voted for me, leading not just those who vote, but leading every single person who calls this city home. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers. And I have been so thankful for the opportunity I've had to sit with so many Jewish New Yorkers over the course of the primary and through the general. And it's in those conversations that I learned that this phrase evokes many painful memories. Memories of bus attacks in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem. And I heard from a rabbi about their roommate who was killed on one of those buses. And in hearing that and the distance between that impact and the rationale that some use of saying it, of speaking about the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land, is why I said that I would discourage this language that I do not use. And what I'm looking to do as the first Muslim mayor of this city is to ensure that we bring every New Yorker together. Jewish New Yorkers, Muslim New Yorkers, every single person that calls this city home, that they understand they won't just be protected, but they will belong.
Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you. First, I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community. You have called Mr. Mamdani a terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the Assemblyman created the perception himself. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it. That's the issue.
Mr.
And his divisiveness
Cuomo, can you address the question
is
that we're
chronic.
putting to you? I think you've made the point, but can you please answer about your own relationship with the Muslim community?
Did he make the point?
Visit mosques for many years. More recently, you have been.
Yeah, I don't think in any way the Assemblyman is representative of the Muslim community, which is a vital community in New York City, and I am very fond of, and I've been working with. I think he's playing his own politics. Many of his positions don't even follow the Muslim faith, so I see them as two totally separate things.
Mr. Mamdani, want to respond?
You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except that is totally false. I've worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were the governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here.
Before I was here.
Before you were even in state government. I worked with the Muslim community. Imams presided over State of the States. We worked in religious working groups, tolerance groups, anti-Semitic groups, etc.
All right, gentlemen. Mr. Sliwa, Rosarita has a specific question for you, but I'll give you a second
this is what disturbs me about you. You will be celebrating your birthday this weekend. In 1991, I was in the streets of Crown Heights with the Guardian Angels for 30 days and 30 nights when the first Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City, that's right, David Dinkins, was a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America, abandoned the Jews for 3 days. They were left to their own means. And we protected them for 30 days and 30 nights. Then your favorite mayor, Bill de Blasio, in 2019, abandoned the Jews again when they were being attacked in Williamsburg, in Borough Park, and Crown Heights. And I had to bring the Guardian Angels in for 30 days, 30 nights. Jews don't trust that you are going to be there for them when they are victims of anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani. We have a specific question for you from Rosarita, but Mr. Mamdani, please.
I agree, by the way.
One of the most meaningful experiences I've had over the course of this campaign has been the conversations I've had with Jewish New Yorkers. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about the door that they've had to lock that they had kept open for 40 years. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me on the M57 about an apartment the speech therapist was trying to sell when a realtor told her, put the Jewish books off the table. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about their fear in living in this city. And I will be a mayor who finally addresses that, not through the theatrics of the politics on this stage, but through action. I'll do that by ensuring
Okay.
that we have
Okay, Mr.
police
Mamdani,
officers
thank you.
outside of
I want to get
synagogues
to
on
a
the high
question.
holy days.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to, and we do have a specific question for Mr. Sliwa. Rosarina.
Thank you, David. Mr. Sliwa, you've called for tougher policing of pro-Palestinian protests, and you've suggested that Mr. Mamdani uses languages that is anti-Semitic. How do you assure New Yorkers that you'll be the mayor for all?
Well, I've been there for all people in all times for 46 years as leader of the Guardian Angels here and around the world. Whether it is a religious violation of people's rights to worship as they choose in a mosque, in a church, in a synagogue, or a shul, whether it's because of racial identity. Remember, in the summer of 2020, Asians were under constant attack because of the lockdown and pandemic. I don't remember Governor Cuomo coming to their aid. You were the governor then. I was out there going into all the neighborhoods, Flushing, Bayside. We were in down in Bensonhurst. We were in Chinatown itself, where Asians were being attacked indiscriminately because they were thought to be carrying COVID. We protected them then. Governor, you were not there for them. De Blasio was not there for them. We understand hate. And in order to counteract hate, you have to get the community involved along with the police to protect people when they're under siege. Jews are under attack now more than ever before. And I don't believe either of you have the capabilities of protecting them with increased anti-Semitism.
That is pure fiction. I passed the no hate in our state, the strongest hate crime law in the United States of America. We tolerate no hatred, no discrimination. We are from every place on this globe, and
Unless
we are
it's
proud
you
of
that's
it.
perpetrating
And we're tolerant, and we accept. If you notice, the assemblyman still won't say he believes that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. He is a divisive.
Tell me what Antifada is without telling me you're pro-Antifada.
Personality all across the board. NYPD are racist. Barack Obama is evil, liar, and he gave the finger to the Christopher Columbus statue.
By the way, Cuomo, your laws with no cash bail turn the haters right back in the streets to violate and attack again and again and again.
Thank you.
You're the reason for that. No cash bail.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There have been a number of absolutely unfounded lies that have been said by Andrew Cuomo. I would just like a moment to address them directly. I've said time and again that I recognize Israel's right to exist. I've said that I will not recognize any state's. I said that I will not.
As a Jewish state.
If I would be allowed to finish, that I would not recognize any state's right to exist with a system of hierarchy on the basis of race, of religion. I have made that very clear. And part of that is because I'm an American who believes in the importance of equal rights being enshrined in every single country, whether we're speaking about Israel or whether we're speaking about Saudi Arabia. You can stand here and you can lie all you want, but New Yorkers know that.
We have the question.
We want to address some issues here.
All right, and we have another polarizing issue that we would love to discuss with you candidates. And let's talk about the National Guard here in the city of New York. Now, let's go back to Mr. President Donald Trump. One threat hanging over the city is the deployment of the National Guard troops, like he has done, as you all know, in other cities. The NYPD commissioner has rejected the idea as unnecessary, but the president ordered troops to hit the streets of New York. Now, how would you respond? Mr. Sliwa, you have a minute.
There's no need for the National Guard in New York. Kathy Hochul, the governor, when we had a crime crisis in the subways that I'm well familiar with, being down there all the time, unlike my two adversaries, she sent 750 National Guardsmen down into the subways in 2024. Remember the horrible case of Debrina Kawan. Does anybody even say her name anymore? That woman who was set on fire by that migrant. As a result of that, the worst crime I've ever seen committed in the subway system, the governor did the right thing. She sent an additional 250 National Guardsmen, giving us a total of 1,000 National Guardsmen in the subway system, while our mayor, Eric Adams, was telling us it was all a perception. So Governor Hochul has responded. I would tell the President of the United States, since I'm familiar with cities all across America having guardian angels there, if you were going to send the National Guard, you don't need to send them to New York City. There are other cities that could desperately use their help in dealing with their crime crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Mr. Mamdani, how will you respond?
You know, I agree with Police Commissioner Tish in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans.
So, number one, Berniel, thank you, brother. You are the man. I appreciate you. You show me a lot of love every single time that you're with me. Whether super chats or not, your wisdom does help. Your positivity and your message for this country is actually what helps me continue going on. So I appreciate that love, that support. With that being said, this is what I'm talking about. The only Republican in the middle, instead of concentrating on trying to make both of these guys look bad, number one, is like a salmon going up the stream. You got to go with the flow. Let these two guys fight each other. I'm just going to go ahead and point out and support everything they say against each other, just a little bit. But I'm going to defend the point, because right now what he's saying is not true. Right now, President Donald Trump is sending the National Guard where it's needed the most. And there is a lot of red states that are supporting that movement. But first, let's be honest, we got to get rid of the most important ones, the more crime-filled, the ones where people have been crying out for help the most. And that's exactly where it's going to go. We do have somebody, I believe it's in Tennessee, right? In Memphis, I think it was. And you know what? That's a Republican state. You know what? Florida doesn't have a problem with them. They've been working with ICE, the police officers. They're involved with it. They're working with the president. It doesn't have to be the National Guard, but you got to allow the federal government to step in and give you a hand if you're overwhelmed. And Florida is the biggest example that we have in our country that has been allowing to work together with the president, and they have gotten huge results, positivity, crime reductions, and Florida is a place to envy today. So I see, this is what I'm talking about. You got to be able to go and make your points. Stop fighting both sides, because like I said, you're swimming up the stream. You just got to go down with the flow. Post the facts. You don't have to lie. Say the truth and say what you see and what you believe. Otherwise, he's just being drowned out by the noise. His points are not being taken into consideration. Even I am putting him to the side, because he doesn't sound like he believes on what he's saying. He's trying to cater to people. And here's the difference when you're running for office. And I know I got no experience running for office, but this is what I know from experience of watching political people running for office. The people that are the most successful, the people that win the hearts of the I was going to say the pueblo, but the people that win, the politicians that win the heart of the people, are the ones that are honest, the ones that care for them. I'll give you the biggest example, Nayib Bukele. People cry when they see this president because of what he has done for the people. He promised and he fulfilled his promises. The people love him because he has heart for the people, and that's what they should concentrate. I don't care about Muslims, Christians, Jews, it doesn't matter. You are in the state of New York. You need to respect each other, and you need to fall in line like everybody else. And they need to support this illegal immigration problem by the president, by ICE, FBI, etc. There is still hundreds of thousands of missing children that who knows if they're still alive. There's a lot of women being prostituted because of all this illegal immigration. I know a lot of people that love to do all these illegal things are supporting illegal immigration, but in this country, every American patriot has to be against it.
New Yorkers need is a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump and actually deliver on that safety. When Donald Trump sent ICE agents...
Wait, I just said this. Donald Trump, this is how they get Democrats to vote for them. Just hate President Donald Trump. If there is nothing of factual or hope that you have for this country, just blame Donald Trump. Blame Donald Trump. It's easier that way. That way they can look like good people. It's very, very, yeah, but you know what, Manuel? It is funny, isn't it? But it's true.
On people in Los Angeles, Andrew Cuomo said that New Yorkers need not overreact. That is the furthest answer that New Yorkers are looking for. They are looking for someone who will lead, someone who will say that they will have their back, someone who will actually fight for the people of this city. And that's who I am, because I'm not funded by the same donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term, which isn't something that Andrew Cuomo can say.
Thank you, Mr. Mondani.
Yeah, first, the answer in the subways is not more National Guard. I put National Guard in the subways also. It's more NYPD is the answer. But the National Guard is not, he's not sending in the National Guard to do any real function. It's control, it's power. He's trying to say these Democrats don't know how to run these cities.
Which is
and
true.
It's a political gesture by sending in the National Guard. He has said if the assemblyman is elected, he will take over New York. Forget the National Guard.
But this is
he
not
has
the
said, I'm
question.
going to take the
is,
funds.
if they order the troops to come here, what
Yes,
would you do?
well, I went through this with him. He sent the National Guard to 20 cities when I was governor. You know what city he didn't send them to? New York. Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down. And he
Oh no, Mr. Cuomo, you were next. No, Mr. Cuomo, you were next. You were on the list. You were in the shit list of states to be, having some National Guard. But there is others. The Memphis, Tennessee, that Republican came in and asked for, hey, can you send the National Guard for us? Hook us up, Mr. President. And they're doing a tremendous job so far from what I hear. So, no, Mr. Cuomo, this is what I mean, guys. He should have stuck with the truth. Stop lying to the people. Stop catering to this. He's falling into Mondami's little playbook so easy. That's why Mondami is always laughing. And I'm going to tell you, and I think I mentioned this before, the reason why Mondami is so good, it's not because he's righteous or he's just or he really cares about the Jews or about New York. It's not because of that. It's because I seriously believe that Mondami believes what he says. He thinks he's right. And that's why he speaks with confidence. Why do you think that I talk the way that I talk here easy with anybody? Talk on the phone, in person, on YouTube, put my face out here for people to see, because I'm not lying to people. I believe what I believe, and this is why I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it and saying it in public. And my wife thinks I'm crazy because she knows that when I meet people on the streets, boom, I'm automatically talking about everything. I'm like, well, do you like what the president's doing? Oh, well, I think he's doing this, and I think he's doing that. I don't like some of this stuff right here, but I think this is great. I have no problem because that's what I believe. That's why, again, I can talk in front of thousands of people like there is nothing in front of me. Because when you tell the truth, you just flow with the truth. It doesn't matter what people are trying to put you into. And Cuomo, sorry, buddy, you are going to lose. And the Red Beretta guys, oh, man. So close. He has so much potential. He doesn't have a good coach. I wish I could coach him.
He will again.
So that proves a good relationship.
Wait a
with the
second.
president.
The president is going to back down to you, Andrew Cuomo. I know you think you're the toughest guy alive, but let me tell you something. You lost your own primary, right? You were rejected by your Democrats.
Why
and
didn't
you have
you
a
send the National
difficult
Guard?
understanding that what the term no is.
Okay.
You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
I agree with Curtis.
You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump. Okay. And he can't stand.
Did you see what Madonna just did? I agree with Curtis. Did you? I just told you that. Didn't I say that he should let them play against each other? I'm telling you, man, that guy, he's going to win. He's going to win. He's going to win.
Stand up to Donald Trump, who knocked him right on his tuchus.
You negotiate with him. You don't fight with him.
Okay, I want to make something clear. We just heard about this illegal donations, okay? But if that goes away, Mondani is going to be the next mayor. No doubt.
Because only the people of New York City will lose.
We do have stand up to negotiate.
We have a follow-up.
I'd like to see a show of hands. Are there any circumstances where any of you would allow the NYPD to cooperate with the National Guard if Trump sent them to New York? Show of hands. Yes? No takers. Okay. Moving on. If history is a guide, National Guard troops in the city could trigger protests. And we have questions for each of you about how you would handle that. So, Mr. Sliwa, you have been arrested for protesting migrant housing and for trying to serve Mayor Bill de Blasio with court papers. How would your NYPD handle protests? And would you continue participating in protests as mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, I have been arrested oftentimes in civil disobedience. That is a great American right. But demonstrations have a time and a place. And it used to be before Bill de Blasio, I know he was your favorite mayor, Joe Mondami, that you'd have to get a permit. There's a time period you were in a structured area. You get a sound permit. It could be turned around in a day. If there was going to be civil disobedience, you discussed it with the police department. And obviously you had an opportunity of expressing your anger or your outrage at whatever it was that motivated you to sit down in the street, to block traffic or block an egress. Now we have rampaging groups that go running through the streets, that enter all kinds of facilities and violate other people's rights. And there's no one who's willing to stop it. When I'm the mayor, there are rules and regulations. Everybody has the right to demonstrate.
That's right.
But you can't violate other people's rights, or
That's right.
you yourself must be arrested.
That's right.
And I would remove the face coverings. Remove those face coverings.
100%.
Why are you afraid of identifying who you are as a demonstrator, unless maybe you're an agent provocateur who's been sent in here to cause chaos?
Thank you.
All right. He just got my vote right there. He just got my vote.
The next question goes to you, Mr. Mamdani. You were arrested for blocking traffic in a pro-Palestinian protest, and you participated in a sit-in at Grand Central. Protesters offered block streets, bridges, and hubs like Grand Central. How much of that would you allow as mayor, and what's your line in having the NYPD arrest protesters? You have a minute.
Protest is a part of what makes this city's history what it is. It is a part of the First Amendment. We deserve to have a mayor who stands up for that First Amendment, especially as we have a president that's looking to shred it at each and every opportunity. And we will continue to have protests in this city.
Danny, hold on, buddy. Hold on. There is a difference, Mr. Correa. There is a difference. Federal agents have to go undercover. Federal agents are going to make themselves a lot of enemies for doing their job, which is deporting people. The difference is citizens that are protesting peacefully, that are following the law. Nobody's doxing them. Nobody's going after their families from the government because they don't get in trouble for that. That is the big difference, my friend. So get it straight and let Mamdani talk, will you?
As we should, no matter who is the mayor. And the line will be on the question of breaking the law. What we have today, however, is an attempt to intimidate so many who are looking to use that freedom of expression to share their opinions about the city and the world around them. And to be frank with you, what New Yorkers are looking for is someone who can show leadership in City Hall. Because when they don't see that leadership, that's when so many take to the streets. And if you had a leader like Andrew Cuomo, who was telling people not to overreact when they see ICE agents abducting girls as young as 6 years old to deport them, many New Yorkers will take to the streets. We deserve to have a leader who will actually be following through on the values of the city. That's the leader that I'll be.
Mr. Mamdani, just a quick follow-up. If you're elected, would you still participate in protests?
No, if I'm elected, I'll be the mayor, and I'll be leading the city from City Hall.
But no participation in protests, right?
The important thing is to lead from City Hall. That's what I'll be doing.
Okay.
Yeah. If I may respond, because I believe my name was invoked.
A very brief response, and then I have a question for you.
I dealt with ICE. I stood up with ICE. I had a war with ICE here in New York when I was governor. And I stood them down, and they moved out. What the assemblyman is saying is, he doesn't believe in law and order. He believes in defunding the police, disarming the police, disbanding the police. That's who he is. Abolish jails.
Sorry,
I have a question for you. Okay, 15 seconds.
Very quickly.
We have to,
and then we do just 15 seconds because we have a question for Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Cuomo lies again and again and again. I am not running to defund the police. I am running to actually work with the police to deliver public safety. Andrew Cuomo says that he has stood up to ICE. He has not said a word about the abductions that are happening right now.
He's referring to a previous comment you made, and we will get back to this. But Mr. Cuomo, a question for you.
It's a comment he made. It's the operative language.
Yes, I understand. I said that. As governor, you put the National Guard on standby during the George Floyd protests. You didn't deploy them. As mayor, talk about how you would balance the right to protest with maintaining order in the streets.
The right to protest is a sacred right. There is no doubt about that. But the law is the law also. And you have New Yorkers now who are afraid in this city. They're afraid of Donald Trump coming, they're afraid of that anarchy, and they're afraid of the anarchy in this city itself. We have to provide public safety that makes New Yorkers feel safe. Demonstration is one thing. Violating the law is something else. Blocking public transit is something else. Stopping students from going to class is something else. Harassment, intimidation, that's a hate crime, that's illegal. Enforce the law. Respect the police. They're not racists, as the assemblyman calls them. They're not a threat to public safety, as he says. They're not anti-queer. They are here to protect New Yorkers, work with them, fortify them.
You know, that's ironic that you say that now,
I'm sorry,
Andrew
Mr.
Cuomo, because when you were governor for 8 years, your parole board released 43 cop killers back into the street. Your father, when he was governor, released none. I knew Mario Cuomo. You know Mario Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. You released cop killers. Don't say you're pro.
Mr. Mamdani, do you want to respond briefly to the comments that Mr. Cuomo raised about things you've said about police? You can do a brief response to that.
I have been clear time and time again that as much as Andrew Cuomo wants to bring up tweets from 2020, which is around the same time that he was sending seniors to their death in nursing homes, I am looking to work with police officers, not to defund the NYPD, looking to ensure that officers can actually do one job when they're signing up to join that department.
But he's
not the many jobs we're asking them to do today.
He was specifically
with the mental
referring to
health
comments
crisis.
you made. We will come back to that, but we're out of time.
You said they are wicked and corrupt
Candidates,
and racist.
we're moving
That's
on.
what you
Thank
said.
you.
Your words. Your words.
We're moving on. Thank you. Despite record low crime numbers, polls show that crime remains a top concern for New York City voters. The three of you have very different approaches to crime fighting and how to manage the NYPD. We want to get into your plans. So we'll start with this question. It's a two-part question, but it's short. How will you make the city safer? And how will you change the NYPD? You'll have 1 minute. We begin with Mr. Cuomo.
I would add 5,000. Well, let's take a step back. Remember what happened. The far left, the socialists said defund the police, defund the police. They took $1 billion out of the police. The NYPD is now down at one of the lowest levels in modern political history. I would add 5,000 police, put 1,500 in the subways, raise the starting salary because you can't hire them. You can't even fill a class right now. And you have to add additional police officers because the attrition rate is so high. Part of that is going to be saying to the NYPD, I respect you. I don't think you're wicked, as the assemblyman said. I don't think you're corrupt. I don't think you're racist. I value you. I will have your back. I'll be a mayor to work with you. That's how you're going to get the police to apply for the jobs. And then we have to work on the relationship between the community and the police. The police can't police the community. They have to police with the
You're
community.
up next, Mr. Sliwa.
This is amazing. I'm standing here with my two adversaries, both of whom have threatened to defund the police. You, Andrew Cuomo, during the summer of 2020, you said, if you don't reform police departments, I'm going to defund you. And you certainly said that, Zoran Mamdani. We need 7,000 police. We only have 32,500. The problem in recruiting police, which neither of you are addressing, is that their insurance was stripped from them. The state, you did nothing when you were governor, and here in the city, 2021, the city council and Eric Adams did nothing. They don't have qualified immunity, which you benefited from, Andrew Cuomo, with the 13 lawsuits filed against you for sexual harassment. Tom DiNapoli says we're paying out $60 million. Why? Because you had your qualified immunity as governor, and yet people have stood by as police have lost their insurance that all civil servants have. That's why you can't get recruits in, because they're not insured. I will return their qualified immunity because they need to be protected like other civil servants.
That is not New York State. It's New York City on the qualified insurance, on qualified immunity. It's not insurance at all.
You are entitled to free legal counsel, which is what he's referring to.
Yes.
You have spent.
Yes, but it's New York City that has revoked qualified immunity. It's not insurance. It's qualified immunity. It has nothing to do with insurance.
So that protected you in all these lawsuits.
And yes, the lawsuits, because there was a report filed. I said it was political. It turned out to be political. And that's why
all 13 women were lying. Come on, Andrew. All 13 women were lying.
After 5 years.
A state trooper, too?
Yeah, after 5 years, 5 DAs, 5 years of litigation, I was dropped from the case.
Mr. Mamdani, how will you
once
make
in a while.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, how will you make the city safer, and how will you change the NYPD?
Yes, tell us.
Thank you. This is the concern for so many New Yorkers, and I'm proud to have a comprehensive plan to bring new ideas to this city. If you want more of the same, vote for Andrew Cuomo. If you want an actual approach to lower crime, look at our Department of Community Safety. That is something that has been hailed by experts as addressing so many of the pieces of why New Yorkers are not feeling safe today. We will ensure that no longer are police officers asked to do the job of both policing and responding to the mental health crisis. We will have dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers in the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of the mental health crisis and homelessness. We will ensure that cops can finally go back to the response times they used to have in 2020, closer to 11 minutes, as opposed to the closer to 16 minutes today, because they won't be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls that are coming in through 911 every year. This is evidence-based. It's been successful elsewhere in the country. It's time we deliver it right here in New York City.
Wait, you said 200,000 mental health issues? 200,000 calls of mental health issues. Shit, that's all the people that I saw at the No Kings thing. You know the thing, the thing for the No Kings thing. Oh man, they freed all these people from the mental hospital and took them to the No Kings rally. 200,000 people right there, bam! And on top of that, they made some money. Let's go.
It's time for
Thank
a
you,
change.
Mr. Mamdani.
Mamdani, we already had it. It's called the Homeless Outreach
I'm
Unit
sorry, this
of
is not
cops
free
and
for all. We
mental
have
health
another
care
question for
officials,
Mr.
and Bill
Mamdani.
de Blasio funded them by $1 billion out of the budget.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mamdani. We're going to talk about disciplining police officers. The civilian watchdog that investigates police misconduct regularly recommends discipline for cops accused of wrongdoing, but the police commissioner often overrides them. You want to change that policy so that the board has final say. Please explain to viewers in 30 seconds why you believe the police commissioner should no longer have that final say.
What I've said is that I think it's time to remove much of the politics out of the question of accountability. We have the Civilian Complaint Review Board, which, as you said, studies, assesses, and investigates into complaints of abuse and the violation of the law. And oftentimes those recommendations are then subject to political pressures and not followed through on. I think New Yorkers deserve a system where they know it won't then be assessed once again, that there's actually more to the recommendation in the investigation that's being done by the CCRB.
Okay, we're wrapping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, do you believe changes are needed for how officers are disciplined? And are there any powers that you would give up as mayor? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would not remove the police commissioner from the CCRB. I'd leave it with the police commissioner. I think Commissioner Tisch is doing a very good job. I would trust her. The difference between me and the assemblyman is he doesn't like the police. That's why he won't hire more police when everyone else says we need more police. He wants to use social workers on domestic violence calls, which
illegal immigrants also don't like the police.
Are very dangerous. And he's told you what he thinks. He thinks the police are racist, wicked, corrupt, and a threat to public safety.
Thank you.
Those are his words.
Very quick. Mr. Mamdani, very quick.
Look, Andrew Cuomo is a politician of the past, and all he can speak about are the tweets of the past in 2020. Those are tweets which I have apologized for to New Yorkers and police officers directly, and they are not what I am actually running on.
No,
You're incapable of actually
Mr.
speaking about the platform that we have here,
Mamdani,
which is one that will keep New Yorkers safe.
Can we just quickly ask you, because I think what some people feel they haven't heard from you, we hear you saying that you don't believe that anymore and you've apologized. People have not heard you sort of describe the evolution of your thought, how you got from there to here.
You know, growing up in this city, I would think often about safety and justice and the ways in which that relationship has been irrevocably harmed. When I learned about the exonerated five, when I learned about Sean Bell, when I learned about Eric Garner, when I learned about Michael Brown. And then in 2020, when I wrote these tweets, learning about the death of George Floyd. And that was a moment where it felt as
the death of the crackhead that died from fentanyl overdose. And let's be clear, that was not police brutality. Let's remember that they put him in the car with some AC. He wanted to get out of the car. They took him out of the car. We saw all the footage, and everybody regretted everything that they supported. And all those riots and all the violent crimes that happened because of that stupid fake racism against the police, which, by the way, I don't think an Asian man qualifies as a white man as a police officer. Just saying, just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there.
If the distance between these two ideals had never been further. And in becoming an assembly member and serving and representing more than 100,000 people in Queens, learning that to deliver justice means to also deliver safety. And that means leading a city where you recognize the bravery of the men and women who joined the NYPD and put their lives on the line. Yeah. It means representing the Muslims who were illegally surveilled in my district and the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality.
So Mr. Sliwa, you've been out there, you've been on the trains, and I would like to know if you believe changes are needed of how officers are disciplined.
Let me just suggest, Zoran, what you've suggested.
Zoran Curtis.
Zoran.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Let me just suggest what you have proposed with this new police outreach unit will endanger women and children in domestic violence situations. I know I've been involved in so many of them with the Guardian Angels. They will be killed. They will be maimed. Number two, in dealing with emotionally disturbed persons that I have dealt with for all my years as a Guardian Angels, you need trained professional police officers. Yes, you can have mental health workers with them.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
But that has been suggested. It was done before by the homeless outreach unit, and the guy you thought was the best man, Bill de Blasio, disbanded.
Mr. Sliwa, thank you. Brief response.
To be very clear, the Department of Community Safety is not about responding to calls of domestic violence. We are speaking about mental health crisis and the homelessness crisis. These are the focuses of the work that they will do.
All right. We have other questions for that a little later in the debate, but we want to just change the pace a little bit, candidates, switching gears to the high cost of living in New York City. To kick us off, we have a few quick.
Oh, I can't wait for this one. Cost of living. Let's go. This is a chance for him to shine. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Pocketbook questions that New Yorkers wrestle with daily. So we want to know how much you spend a week on groceries. We'll begin with you, Mr. Cuomo.
Depends how many times my daughters come over, but probably about $150.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, I'd say about $175 with a gallon of milk, now $5 and always rising up. Loaf of bread, simple loaf of bread. It used to be 99 cents. It's like $3 now.
Thank
the
you,
price is too.
Mr. Sliwa,
it's too costly.
The brief answer. Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, I actually agree with Curtis on that. It is too costly. Now that eggs are down to less than $4, though, my average spend every week is about $125, $150.
All right.
Oh, wait. For my leftist friends in here, what did he say? Cost of eggs is down. Who did that? Yeah, I don't remember who did that.
Do you carry credit card debt or do you pay it off every month? Mr. Mamdani?
I pay it off every month.
Mr. Cuomo?
Paid off.
Mr. Sliwa?
I don't have a credit card. I have a debit card.
And for the record, what is your monthly rent or mortgage, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, here we go.
About $3,900. It's not subsidized there. So
Mr. Mamdani, what is your monthly rent or mortgage?
$2,300.
Mr. Cuomo?
He has a rent-stabilized apartment that a poor person is supposed to have. Mine is about $7,800.
Okay.
We are actually getting to
We're gonna cover that subject. Sally?
Thank you.
So wait, did you guys hear that? So Mamdani is paying the cheapest, which is $2,300 is what I heard, I think. And then Cuomo says, oh, that's what a poor person is supposed to pay for an apartment. Like, there is no remorse. Like, does he think that's okay for a poor person to pay? $2,300? It's okay for these morons? Man, I don't know. Oh, man. You guys are from New York, and you guys are used to, oh, hell no. I will be bouncing off the walls. $2,300. I'm bitching and complaining about a 4-bedroom at $2,900. 4-bedroom, not a 1-bedroom. I mean, that's what a poor person is supposed to pay, $2,300 for a 1-bedroom. It probably is a studio. Wow, these guys have no remorse on saying it out loud. Wow.
We're going to talk a little bit more about the runaway rent in this city. Mr. Mamdani, you're pledging to freeze rent for nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments. That really affects less than half of all rentals in the city. What is your plan for those who aren't in stabilized apartments but are struggling to pay the rent? What are you going to do for them?
Well, I'm proud to say that yes, will freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, and I will also build 200,000 truly affordable homes across the 5 boroughs over the next 10 years to ensure that tenants, whether rent-stabilized or market rate, can actually have more housing such that they are not being priced out of this city. And finally, I'm also going to make it easier for the private sector to build housing in this city, because what we see today is that it's not labor.
Wait. I worked in the real estate before. I worked for leasing apartments. I worked for apartment communities before. Let me get this straight. Freezing rent, it sounds like a dream. It sounds very nice. But the problem with that is, okay, you're going to freeze rent. Are you going to freeze property taxes? Are you going to take off some cuts on those taxes for that property, for the rental of the business? Are you going to take some of the surcharges off these businesses, the real estate businesses that are renting apartments and houses to people? Where does he think that those real estate owners that own apartments and houses, where does he think that they're going to get the money from the inflation? Did you guys notice that? So see, most people that don't know, they don't get it. But okay, so let's say I'm okay. Freezing rent, I think is phenomenal. I think it's great. This is what I call rent control, which is not really what rent control is. But I call this rent control. We're going to freeze the rent. But if there is high property taxes, if their cost of living keeps going up on the business owners, which is in this case real estate, apartment communities, house owners, they will not get to be able to raise the rent on their properties, but they're going to pay more taxes. And on top of that, they have to fix any repairs that needs to be done in those properties. They got to take care of it. It sounds like a good idea, but I think it's going to be very, very bad for New York. This is going to break the economy in the real estate industry. And for those, those HUD, HUD, for those apartment communities and homeowners that are renting houses, they are screwed with rent freeze if they are not going to get a property tax increase freeze at the same time. If you really want to help people, you got to freeze both. You can't do one without the other.
It's not materials, it's the weight that is often costing so much to actually build the housing we need in this city.
Thank you. And a follow-up for you, Mr. Mamdani. The cost of maintaining a building change year to year for landlords.
Oh, here we go.
The Rent Guidelines Board is legally required to consider those costs when deciding whether to freeze rents. So how can you promise a rent freeze today before ever seeing that data next year?
You know, we've seen the data time and again. It's It's been data that's been overruled by mayors again and again. The last Rent Guidelines Board study showed that profits were up 12%.
Hold on. So he's going to freeze the rent. He has already seen the data. This guy is a psychic. He can look into the future. Well, I just looked into the same future, and it doesn't look good for real estate property owners. Let me tell you that right now.
For landlords of those units. And what did they do? They raised the rent, adding to more than 12% under Eric Adams' administration. What I am speaking about is actually reflecting the needs of these New Yorkers and the state of the market today. These are New Yorkers who have a median household income of $60,000. We do not need to be pushing them further out of the city. We need to keep them in their homes.
Aren't you saying in that answer that you are going to prejudge? You will not have seen the data for next year, and you're making a determination based on data you haven't seen.
I've seen the data year after year of the fact that salaries are stagnating, costs are up, New Yorkers can't actually afford their apartments. And I will also take action to actually ensure that the landlords of those buildings can better handle their costs by taking on their insurance, their property taxes, and their water bills.
And
you haven't seen next year's data
Mr.
yet,
Cuomo,
but we're going to go
I do
to
have a question for you on this subject. You have proposed something that you're calling Zoran's Law. You think that Mr. Mamdani earns too much to live in his rent-stabilized apartment, though I should note that there are no income tests for rent-stabilized apartments. But critics say your plan would force people to pay too much of their income towards the rent. So if you think Mr. Mamdani is gaming the system, what about the other New Yorkers, thousands of them just like?
So guys, I don't know if you think about this kind of stuff, right? Somebody says I'm not going to be good in politics. That's fine, whatever. But you have to think about it this way. Why does inflation go up every year? Okay. The very basic, right? We know we have a census. We had this many Americans, probably these extra ones from people that are moving from other states. Okay, so inflation is going to go up this much because the housing demand is going to be this much, and so eggs are going to go up, milk, gas, etc. Everything goes up just a little bit according to the census and according to how the population is going to increase for the following 5 years or so. What happens when you have a mass illegal immigration? These people are like ants in New York. They can't even walk in New York without hitting each other because of how populated they are. What does that mean? Every year, cost of living goes up because population is going up. But what happens when you have mass immigration coming into one place? The demand is so high, there is not enough housing for everybody. All the products are being taken fast, all the food is eating rapidly, all the jobs are getting filled, everything is going massively fast, and it's too fast for the economy to keep up the pace. There's not enough time for corporations, for business owners to give raises to their employees to be able to counter what the cost of living is doing to the economy. If they get rid of all these illegal immigrants, less people are going to need to buy milk from this area. And then whoever the farmer, whoever the produce, whoever makes all these products for people to fill these supermarkets like Albertsons, Safeway, Fred Meyer, whatever your store is in your local place, they will have to reroute that to a different city, to a different area where the demand is a little bit higher. This is how you balance in the economy. I don't understand why people just can't see everything at one time. But that's exactly how it works. If you allow mass illegal immigrations, especially, there is a reason why there is a limit, a number of people that are allowed to come, not to visit, that's different, but are allowed to stay in this country yearly. There's always people getting green cards. There's always people getting citizenships, but they have to be at a certain speed. Otherwise, it's way too much. What happens? Don't even look at it as a country. Don't look at it as a state. Don't even look at it as a city. In your household right now, let's say there's no government that's going to give you free money. Okay, here we go. Watch this. Me and my wife. All right, we make $2,500 a month. Between the two of us, perfect. Our rent is only $1,200. That's about, less 40% of my income. Now we have a child. Well, shoot. Now I have to buy diapers. Now I got to buy milk. Now I got to buy clothing, and I have to keep buying this every month, every 3 months, every 6 months, as they get older, etc. Now I need more money. And well, we're still making $2,500. I get $60 raise every month from my every year from my job. But now I got 2 kids. Now I'm not getting any benefit, no EBT, no free medical, none of that stuff. I don't get help with my housing. Now I got 2 kids. I'm still making only $2,500 a month. And then I have 3 kids. And then all of a sudden, my brother just left me his 5 kids. I can't afford to take care of these 8 kids. It's way too many. Now I don't got no money. I don't got the space. What am I going to do with it? So just think about it. How horrific is it to multiply so fast that it doesn't give me a chance to wait for my raise every year to be able to get the next kid? So just imagine that. That's exactly how it flows in the city. That's exactly how it flows in the state. That's exactly how it flows in the whole country. I hope that makes sense. But I don't know if people see these things, but that's exactly how I see it. Man, this guy, oh my goodness.
Him who earn similar salaries, who are living in similar apartments.
Okay, just to follow up on what Sally was saying, because she's right.
Wait. Manuel Correa, you're right. I will have to stop having children in order for my income to be more than enough to provide food and to be able to still afford my rent. But that's exactly what happens with illegal immigrants. Oh, I like that. That was very nice. On point. That's the first time I agree with Manuel Correa.
This is not a new plan that the Assemblyman is talking about. It's Bill de Blasio's plan.
Stop illegal immigration, and then we have a chance at a better economy, my friend. You are 100% right. Manuel Correa, you are today's winner in this contestant, in this show.
It's called Freeze the Rent. Bill de Blasio says the mayor can't say legally he's going to freeze the rent. There's a rent guidelines board. There are certain considerations that have to be looked at. You're right, Sally. You can't say today what it's going to be in 4 years. Also, freeze the rent only postpones the rent, because then you have to have an increase to cover the costs. Otherwise, the building is going to go bankrupt. And it does nothing for the majority of renters who aren't in these rent-stabilized units. Does nothing for NYCHA. Does nothing for homeowners. Does nothing for people in black, brown communities who are getting priced out. I was the HUD secretary. I built affordable housing all across this nation. I built affordable housing in this city when I was in my 20s. I know how to get it done. I will get it done. On the rent-stabilized units, what I'm saying is those are the precious units, and we
You're out of
should
time. I'm sorry,
we should
Mr.
keep
Cuomo.
them for
We
the
didn't get an
most
answer to the
rent
question.
burden.
We have to move on.
But I have a question for you.
No, sorry, he invoked me for much of that question. Just a very brief response
Please,
here.
very brief.
You know, you've heard it from Andrew Cuomo that the number one crisis in this city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
If I
No,
understand it correctly,
sons of
Mr. Cuomo,
millionaires
your
need
program,
subsidized
Zoran's Law,
housing.
would not evict Mr. Mamdani.
It would not evict it.
It would
No,
apply
he
to
just-
people applying for
He-
apartments.
yeah, he's
but the
making
tenant
it up.
but the
He
tenant
made it up.
advocates.
It would evict
All right.
no one.
This
It would
does
be
not
an
affect.
income
We
limitation
have to move
on
on.
rappers.
I have a
Mr.
question
Sliwa.
for Mrs.
This is
Sliwa.
like
Rosarina-
a spat in the schoolyard. Let me
No,
suggest.
Mrs.
Can I
Lee,
please
Rosarina
ask
has
the
a
question?
specific question for you on this.
Yeah, well, I wanted
We
to
wanna hear
talk about
Well,
affordability
you can
and
use it.
obviously address
Absolutely.
that
Go
issue.
ahead. Yeah.
So you've proposed, Mr. Sliwa, plans that would made a point of talking about the struggle of renters and property owners. Describe your plan to help renters and landlords.
Well, first off, we have 6,000 available apartments that the mayor controls in NYCHA, and they've been empty for years. That you address, number one. Then we talk about senior citizens who are living here. My whole goal is to improve and not to move. I'm concerned about the seniors, especially those that own homes. If they're 65 and make less than $250,000, no property tax, because the property tax is way too high. We need to cut it in half to keep people who are here. And then in terms of rentals, we have affordable housing that can be built in these huge skyscrapers. You see them all throughout Manhattan and in northern Brooklyn and in Long Island City, which we have 25 Empire State Buildings full of commercial space that will never be occupied for office space. We should be converting them into affordable apartments. They're in dense areas. The infrastructure can support it. I'm the only candidate here who's against the
Mr.
city
Sliwa,
of yes
thank you.
that would
Mr.
destroy
Sliwa.
residential
I have
neighborhoods.
to interrupt you because we have a programming moment right now. We're about halfway through the mayoral debate. Channel 4 and Telemundo 47 will return to regular.
Who cares about your Telemundo 47?
Rides mass transit every day.
When you need to get somewhere fast and you can't take the train, do you hail a taxi? Do you use rideshare? Mr. Sliwa, what do you do?
I try to avoid yellow cabs. As you know, I was shot in the back of a yellow cab in 1992 by the Gottis and Gambinos. But I find my way around. If I have to, I Uber if I can't get there by mass transit.
What do you do, Mr. Mamdani, if you can't take the train?
I would either take a cab or ride a bike.
Mr. Cuomo?
I will take a cab, Uber.
Okay. All right. Thanks, gentlemen. Sally?
Thank you, David. Let's talk about free buses. Mr. Mamdani, this is a centerpiece of your campaign. Can you explain how you will make buses free? You have 30 seconds to answer.
Absolutely. We will make buses free by replacing the revenue that the MTA currently gets from buses. This is revenue that's around $700 million or so. That's less money than Andrew Cuomo gave to Elon Musk and $959 million in tax credits when he was the governor. And the reason that we will do so is that making buses free doesn't just provide economic relief, but also public safety. Because what we've seen is that it decreases assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. New Yorkers deserve more than the slowest buses in the country. I know that because I was on the M57 not too long ago, and its average speed is 4.9 miles
We're at
an
time,
hour.
though, but the question is how you'll make them free.
We will fund the revenue that would have otherwise been brought in from fares. And that's something that we would do in partnership with Albany. And I've
How?
put forward two proposals. The first is to raise taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers by 2%. That would raise $4 billion. The second is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, which would raise $5 billion.
We're going to move along, but I just want to point out to viewers that Governor Hochul has opposed raising the income tax. But Melissa, we'll move on to your question.
Could I address that on the buses?
Yeah, I remember watching that, Trinity. He was actually telling that they should allow the homeless people to go inside those buildings where they have heat, and better than standing in those buildings all empty, 100%. And I think a lot of people probably don't even know that. So here, let me address a couple of questions here before I continue letting the video, because I put a comment in here, but I don't like the way that I answer that. Where's Matthew? So Matthew says, "Yo, Dennis, what do you think of mofos wanting to go to Israel rather than helping out their own people?" I think that the United States of America has a lot of responsibility, whether people like it or not, with the world. Why? Because America first. We need to take care of our allies. We need to take care of countries that we can benefit from. We have been benefiting from technology and assistance from Israel. We have been benefiting from other countries like in Africa. We benefit from southern Venezuela. This is why we're taking care of the issue over there for the Nobel Peace Prize winner. Everything that we do for the United States of America, there should be some type of agreement. There should be some type of plan that we're not just going to be giving money away, that we're just not going to be supporting everybody that asks for support. We got to make sure that America will be taken care of with every single procedure that we come across and any sacrifice that we make as American people. This is why we celebrate our veterans. This is why we celebrate our servicemen, because sometimes you have to answer that difficult phone call and you have to respond accordingly. I hope that makes sense to you. And then let me see what else. Somebody else says, Chicano says landlords have to constantly go to court for unpaid rent. Absolutely, all the time. I had to evict so many people from the apartments. It's crazy. I don't know how they make money, to be honest. Try to recover for damages done to their units, on and on. So for some of the damages, there's renters insurance that will cover some of them. And this is the reason why a lot of apartment communities and homeowners that rent their houses, they're always asking their renters or their tenants to always have renters insurance. That is a mandatory thing to have in the house, because that covers for some of the damage that the tenants leave. But also the owner of the property, whether it be a community apartments or a homeowner, they also have to have their properties insured 100%. So the insurance pays for that. So I guess they really don't lose money, to be honest. But still, in the process of not being able to rent that apartment because somebody destroyed it, there is rent that is not being paid every month, and there's a premium that goes up because of every time the apartment communities or houses use the insurance to fix issues that tenants have left, those premiums also go up. So the insurance for property owners does go up when they use it, just as anything else, right? If you have car insurance, if you have an accident, your premium is going to go up most likely, especially if it's your fault. Let's see. Theodore says we need more and better public-owned campgrounds with electric, water, sewer, and cable TV in major metropolitan areas in the USA. What? No, we don't need all that shit. If it's a campground, you don't need no damn TV. You go camping for real, man. Stop making these people. We don't need no safe havens for homeless people to go over there into campgrounds. Last thing we need is to encourage people to go in there and be homeless in those campgrounds. I'm just kidding. I went overboard. I went too far. Let me see. Llama Bear Man says we need more public ownership of apartments, not private equity groups like BlackRock. Well, I mean, can you own an apartment community that is worth $20 million? If you can, by all means, be private. Unfortunately, it is in a very expensive market, and only the people that have the capital will take advantage of that. This is why you cannot be taxing the rich all the freaking time, because they have to provide housing. They do have to provide jobs for other people. Poor people does not bring jobs back into your city or state. You need rich people. You need big corporations that can provide jobs. Otherwise, you're going to fill your cities and states with a bunch of homeless people that they won't know what to do with their ass. And you're going to destroy your city or country if you don't pay attention. Let's see what else we have here. Left Freedom says, Dennis, your president walked into, I already responded to that. 18-year-old pageant, sir. I remember that story. That's what Trump said about federal buildings. Yeah, we were there. Okay, I think we got caught up. You do need rich people. So yeah, it's I agree with that. Stop buying garbage as fresh. Dennis loves rich pedophiles. Yeah, sure, whatever, bro. Whatever. If I go dig into your personal life, I'm sure I'm not going to find the nicest things on there if you're talking that way.
Just because half the people don't pay their bus fare to begin with, Zorhat. And so it's
Zoran.
It's a complete disaster. If you have free bus fare, and the Citizens Budget Commission said just last year, 2024, $1 billion of fare evasion in all different forms. This MTA system will collapse. There's not enough money out there to make up for fare evasion. Pay your fare. If you don't pay your fare, they have fare programs for the poor and the indigent. But everybody should be forced to pay their fare.
Mr. Cuomo, you had both praised.
Wait. Wasn't Zohan a Jew hero? Like, wasn't that Adam Sandler? Was it Adam Sandler? I can't remember. I think it was Adam Sandler. You know what's a real job, Left Freedom? Listening to stupid comments from people like you. Everything else is very enjoyable. I love Patriots for America.
And some criticism for Mr. Mamdani's free bus
Which, by the way, we've been on this to 4 hours and 18 minutes, if you didn't notice.
pilot. So you're sort of in the middle on this issue. What's your plan to make subways and buses more affordable?
I think free buses is a mistake. It costs about $700 million. Just to give you an idea that we only raise about 500 from congestion pricing. It's been done before in other cities. It was a disaster. They stopped. They basically became mobile homeless gathering places. What I say is free buses for working families who can't afford it, and free subways for working families. But don't subsidize rich people on a bus. And it's been tried and it's failed.
Mr. Mamdani, can you just respond quickly on the point about the mobile homeless gathering places?
You know, this is something that we heard when we were fighting to make buses free in Albany when we delivered the first fare-free bus lines in New York City history. And what we saw is when we made one bus route free in each borough of New York City, there was no increase in homelessness on those buses. There was no increase in fare evasion in the surrounding area. What there was an increase in ridership of up to 38%.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Candidates, maybe we can dig deeper on this and get a sense of how all of you would pay for your big ideas. Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you. We've obviously been talking about free buses, free childcare, city-run grocery stores. So essentially, you're proposing about $10 billion in new spending. And as you've indicated, you want to pay for it with tax increases. But as Sally pointed out, Governor Hochul said no to raising income tax on millionaires. So tell New Yorkers tonight how you're going to pay for all of this in 1 minute, if you can.
Look, a lot of people have called even my campaign a non-starter when we first began. And now I stand before you proud to be the Democratic nominee.
All right, there we go. Tax the rich. Let's see.
Who got the most votes in city primary history. And I believe we will see the same thing with our push to ensure that we are taxing the wealthiest and the most profitable corporations the fair amount that they should pay. Now, there are those who will say that because it will be hard, you should give up. We saw what giving up looked like when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. He gave up on fighting for working class New Yorkers and instead caved in.
And just so you know, if you make over $1 million in New York, you got to pay 50% taxes. Oh, that reminds me when I used to pay child support, 50% of my income. It sucked. So out of $1 million, you have to be over $1 million, but that's how it goes. 50% taxes from the rich if you make over $1 million, and that's still not enough.
To his billionaire donors. And what did we get? We have the fastest and most frequent helicopter service to the Hamptons, and we have the slowest and more expensive bus service across the 5 boroughs.
But again, Mr. Mamdani, I know Governor Hochul indicated this week there may be some open windows, but more or less income.
You see, my friend, Let Freedom, I have experience with being a dad that pays child support. I was a migrant. I could have just gone back to my country and be like a lot of Americans in here that are deadbeats to their kids. I decided to come back after I went to visit my home country. And I came back because my responsibility to my children were more important than my own wealth in my own country. So I came back to pay child support as a good husband. As a good dad will actually do. And I was a coward. I abandoned them for a month. I fought for them, but I lost. The mom kept them, took them out of state. Does that make you happy? Does that bring joy and happiness into your life, sir? There's nothing to hide. It's true. I mean, as I said, when I talk, I always tell the truth. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm always honest. I am always telling the truth. And if anybody knows me in real life, they know that's how I am. So you might want to keep secrets for yourself, but you know what? I gotta do that, man. I cannot be lying and be fake. I am who I am. I own it. But okay, thank you, Let. I love that for you. I'm glad you love the suffering that I had to go for many years. But I gave my children all my heart, my love, cry many times. Yeah. I suffered a lot in my life, but yeah, I still love my children. They still got my child support. And everybody told me, hey, don't worry about it. And, you're paying child support. And when they grow up, they're going to see that and then they're going to come back to you. They haven't. But my firstborn, 30 years old, we're in contact all the time. And I am taking care of my last two kids, which are teenagers. And they always hug me. They always call me best dad ever. And so I think that I pay for 22 and a half years. I think that was uh, maybe a big mistake on my part, not the children, um, the partners that I picked. I think that was a big mistake. And it has nothing to do with, or there were an accident or this happened. No, 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 no. I wanted to have a family, except that the person that I chose to have that family with, they changed their mind after 3 kids. What's up? Yes, my ass hurts. Arthritis on my tailbone is already kicking in, guys. Well, I just wanted to explain that to Left Freedom. Maybe that makes him happy that I suffer for many, many years. But 22 and a half years, I don't know if you're older than me, but 22 and a half years, buddy, that is almost half of my life. And the only thing that I would do different is I would have taken my kids with me back to Honduras. I am the father, and I could have taken them.
Income tax on millionaires is off the table, according to the governor.
Look, I've said very clearly, making buses fast and free costs about $700 million a year. Making universal child care a reality costs about $5 or $6 billion a year. If you raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, you'd be raising $5 billion in and of itself.
I have a couple of follow-ups. Mr. Sleeper, you're next, but I have a couple of follow-ups.
I would just add one additional thing. We have also put forward a plan to save money here in New York City with $1 billion in savings through procurement reform, through following the independent budget office's assessment about hiring more fiscal auditors, and in actually collecting the fines and fees from bad landlords across the city.
Just a quick couple of follow-ups. If you could find some of the funding, but not all of it, which of your priorities would come first? What would be the first among equals that you would try to get done?
Well, freezing the rent doesn't require any fiscal infusion, so that will be something we'll be pursuing immediately. And universal child care, after housing, is the second cost. Child care is the second cost pushing New Yorkers out of this city. $22,500 a year is the estimate we've seen.
Okay.
That will be a priority for us.
And I just want to know if you could get the money and funding elsewhere, would you drop the call for the tax increase?
Absolutely. The most important thing is funding these agenda items. I think these are the two most important and straightforward, direct ways to do so. But if the money comes from elsewhere, the most important thing is funding.
Melissa has a question for Mr. Sliwa.
Mr. Sliwa, you've been talking about cutting taxes and spending. So what is your plan, and how would you pay for your programs like 7,000 more cops?
Well, Zoran, boy, your fantasies are never going to come about in terms of funding everything you want that's going to be free, free, free. It's a fantasy. Let's deal with the reality. 7,000 cops. You already have a...
Let me point something out for you. I know there's a lot of single fathers out there that have actually spent time in jail because they were homeless, they didn't have a job, they couldn't pay child support, and they were put in jail because of that. When I went to court, the lawyer that met me outside of the courtroom, he said, I am here to take everything that I can out of your check. And I said, what about me being able to afford rent? He says, I don't care. I am here to take as much as I can from your check. So guess what I'm going to do when I run for government? I am going to go ahead and help those single fathers that have been paying child support and that are being taken advantage of because they shouldn't have to. So there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be changed little by little. And I hope that I'll continue to do some lives in here because I want you to go ahead and remind me of all these things that I would be a bad person for so that I can help others that have been in my shoes or are going through my shoes. And I'm going to help them get out of that situation. I have suffered more as a poor man. I've been middle class and I have been poor and I have been homeless. I have gone through a lot of stuff and I'm going to make sure that I find some things that I can do to help people like that. I don't reward laziness. I don't reward people that don't want to work. I don't reward people that want to depend on hand-me-downs or handouts. I don't want to support people that want to panhandle on the street. I don't want to support people that just want money for their drugs or to be drinking alcohol. I am going to support people that are working their asses off to make a living. And it's not just going to be a program for females that have kids. It's going to be for everybody that is working their butts off and they just don't have a place to go or a place that can help them get the help that they need. And some of you in here already know what that's about. So let me tell you something. I support President Donald Trump. People always say, "Oh, well, he claimed bankruptcy this many times." So what? He's got experience. Why is he a good businessman? Why is he the best person to be the president? Because he has experience. When he did his first term, they ran over him, and he still got a bunch of shit completed that people don't give him credit for today. But because of his failings, because of his mistakes, because of his lack of experience, now when he gets it, now he can act on it. Now he can become a great president, which is what he's showing us. Why he has completed more things within 9 months that he's been in office, more than anybody has done in 2 terms of presidency. Because once that man learns that, he applies that experience and gives it to everybody else that needs it. Now he knows how to run the country. He already knows how to make the best deals. He has learned from his mistakes, and guess what? So have I. And if you haven't been through the shoes that I have been through, that I walked on the path that I walked on, you don't know what my life has been. You don't know what I've been through, and you don't know what I'm willing to do. Because if you live my life, you would be a criminal right now. You'd be such a self-hating person right now. But instead, I want to help others that don't have the opportunity that I have. The one thing that you will not catch me doing is supporting people that want to keep doing criminal activities and that want to be here in this country illegally, because that doesn't help my city, that doesn't help my state, and that does not help my constituents and my neighbors. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. You see that? You see that? That's how I love it when people light me up. I love it when people bring up my mistakes and try to make fun of the things that I've suffered through in life. But they don't know that I have overcome those. I am not a victim. I am a victor, and I am going to stand for truth and justice, and I'm going to deliver the help that people need, and we're going to find the right way to do it without inflicting pain and hate on others so that some can get some help. That's how the life works. That's how the world works, and that's exactly what we're going to run on.
Plan in Boston where you pay for taxes in the future. This is a great plan in which universities and others who have bought up properties that are now taken from the real estate market and taken from property tax paid. We could raise $1 billion from Columbia University, NYU, that are in the real estate business, and Madison Square Garden, your friends, Andrew Cuomo, Jimmy Dolan, who pays no property taxes. That's how you raise $1 billion to get 700 police officers trained, vetted, and out into the streets in the 5 boroughs. And then the police will be on the subways, and they will be patrolling the old-fashioned way where they're needed, going up and down the moving subway cars where people want to see the visual protection, especially women who are being assaulted, perved, and like we saw this morning on 86th Street, a woman with a gun to her head, an armed robbery because we don't have enough cops.
I have a question for you in this topic, and let's talk about history, because as governor, you raised and cut taxes. Now you're proposing some tax relief. What's the price tag for your proposals, and where will you get the money for example, 5,000 new police officers? You have a minute to answer.
I think Sally's question was very well taken. The Assemblyman's whole plan is based on a myth. He's going to raise taxes. Albany's going to raise taxes statewide on corporations, but the money's only going to go to New York City. That could never happen. It's not just that the governor wouldn't support it. It's impossible. He said he's going to raise the taxes the same as New Jersey, corporate tax. No, it would be double the tax. You would see New Yorkers on 995 fleeing to Florida. We would be alone. So you have to be realistic with revenue. You have a $115 billion budget. You have to go through that city budget and find savings. I started the state, which is double the budget of the city, at a $10 billion deficit. I closed it and added services. And we can do the same with New York City.
Governor, as mayor, you would not increase spending in the New York City budget? Yes or no?
There would be, whatever additional spending would be revenue neutral.
So
it's impossible. You got to cut taxes for people to stay here.
Thank you.
Corporations are not going to stay here. They're being lured south to cities that are more corporate friendly. You got to cut the property tax, income tax for those who are 19 to 28 who have skill levels if they go to school here.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
Andrew Cuomo thinks it's all right to spend $60 million to fund his legal defense from accusations of more than a dozen women of sexual harassment. But if I say we should spend the same amount of money on delivering cheaper groceries in this city through a pilot program, that is unfathomable.
Quick, David, I have a right to respond to that.
Yes, quickly.
First,
that was a good one.
I did not bring those lawsuits. That was brought by the Attorney General, which I said was political.
Well, those
That's what
lawsuits were filed
generated
by
the
individual
legal fees.
women, and some of them have still been making their way through the courts this year and
yes,
now.
and I've been dropped from the cases.
Not all of them.
Yeah, and what the Assemblyman doesn't say is all this money that he wants to pass. The one thing he did do is he voted for a pay raise for himself. They're the highest paid legislators in the United States.
I did ask the state controller's office this week. I did ask the state controller's office this week. The total was above 60 million, but just those sexual harassment cases to defend Governor Cuomo and his staff was about 21
Sorry, it was the sexual harassment and
I just want to clarify because you said 60, but on those cases it was 21.
Okay. Thank you. We have to talk about quality of life in the city. Let's turn to everyday life in the city and some issues a mayor can directly impact. We start with a couple of questions about 311, the number New Yorkers call or text for non-emergency help. First off, have you ever called 311, and if so, for what? Mr. Mamdani?
I called 311 for issues with my heating in my apartment, and I've spoken to New Yorkers time and time again who are frustrated by the fact that they can track their Uber Eats block by block, but when they call 311 for them to come to their apartment, it's just a question of hoping and praying that they do. There's no actual appointment. That's something that we would change.
All right, Mr. Sliwa, have you ever called 311?
You know, there used to be that song 911 is a joke by Public Enemy. 311 is a joke. You can call it over and over and over again, and you never get a response.
Have you?
The analytics are when the operators talk to you, as I talk to them.
Have you called?
Yes, I called them many times and got no response.
Mr. Cuomo?
Most citizens I talk to on the subways and streets never get good responses from 311.
Short answer. Mr. Cuomo?
I've heard a lot of complaints about 311, so I actually made a call to 311 myself to see if the complaints were bona fide. And I was dropped twice. Then they were going to send someone to find help a homeless woman in distress, and no one showed up.
You're all expressing frustration. Last year, 311 received 38 million contacts from New Yorkers, from calls to the website. Wanted to know if you had a sense across the 5 boroughs what the top 2 categories of complaints were. What do you think they were, Mr. Sliwa?
Potholes, constantly potholes. People's undercarriages ripped out, ball bearings, alignments.
Second one, top 2?
Rats.
Rats, okay.
Oh, the city is flooded with rats.
Mr. Cuomo, what do you think the top 2 complaints were?
Homeless and trash rats.
All right, Mr. Mamdani?
There was housing and noise.
Okay, so the answer is noise and illegal parking. And we're going to stick with quality of life. Rosarina?
That's right. And let's talk about noise candidates because they fall into these 2 categories. First of all, is the residential one. That's the neighbors and the loud music. And the second one is the street or sidewalk, everything with the loud construction and workers outside. So, Mr. Cuomo, as mayor, what can you do to help the city that never sleeps get a little bit of rest, Mr. Cuomo?
Yeah, look, I think if the 311 system worked well, if there was actually contact with people, I think New Yorkers would get it. I think New Yorkers would be responsive. I think we have to change the ethos in this city, the ethic in this city. Right now it's toxic. It's the theories. I am a manager who can actually get things done.
This is a question about self-reflection. Is the thing you're reflecting on the most that you need to be on social media more? Was there any other deeper lesson that you learned?
Between the 2 campaigns, social media, more accessibility.
Okay.
I just have to say, it's been an hour and 20 minutes of this debate, and we haven't heard Governor Cuomo say the word affordability. That's why he lost the primary. That's why he'll lose the general election. And you can lie all you want, but the truth is, I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm the only candidate on this stage to have the endorsement of Kamala Harris, and I'm not the one who's funded by Bill Ackman, who called Kamala Harris unqualified to be the vice president of this country.
Okay, may I respond?
Yes, brief response, please.
There are a lot of New Yorkers who who support me. And there are a lot of Jewish New Yorkers who support me because they think you're anti-Semitic. So it's not about Trump or Republican. It's about you.
Do you think he's anti-Semitic, Mr. Cuomo?
I don't make those judgments about people. Are you a racist? Are you an anti-Semite? I know there are many Jewish people who believe he is anti-Semitic. I believe not condemning the globalized Intifada, what he has said about Hamas.
But Mr.
I can
Cuomo,
see where they
I covered
are
your,
inflamed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I covered your speech in an Upper West Side synagogue where you said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There is no difference. And you were talking about Mr. Mamdani. Is that not an allegation?
No, I make that statement all the time. I wasn't referring to Mamdani.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mamdani, a brief response, and then we have to move on.
I have denounced Hamas again and again, and it will never be enough for Andrew Cuomo because what he is willing to say.
Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, he denounced Hamas. Oh, okay.
Even though not on this stage, is to call me, the first Muslim on the precipice of leading this city, a terrorist sympathizer, is to send mailers that artificially lengthen my beard, to say to New Yorkers.
Mailers that that faked his beard. I got to work on that. Let me see. I need to get some mailers, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put a nice full goatee here. All right, guys, my butt is asleep. The arthritis on my tailbone is kicking in. The pain is just too much. I'm gonna call it for the night, guys. I had so much fun covering some of this stuff with you. Great conversation, great calls. Some of you haters, booed us. I still love the comments. Some negativity, guys. It's okay. I don't expect everybody to always agree with me. Thanks to Berniel. I know he's probably not here anymore. That's a lot of love and support. I appreciate it. Some of you guys, the super chats, thank you so much for that. You guys know that helps me a lot. For those who appreciate the truth, that support me on what I think my opinions are and the way that I describe some of the things that I see that these politicians are doing to us. Let me just tell you that I do love America. I want America to be and stay the greatest country ever. Manuel, you have a good night, brother. Man, have a good night. Brian, Omar, little brother, love you. Stay safe. Always be good. Trinity, big sis, just as always, thank you for your love and your support. Charlie, thanks for your call. Let me see, who am I missing? Anybody else I'm missing here? I know Lisa probably went to, Lisa went to bed already. She says she was East Coast, I think she said. Ronald, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Who else was in here that I'm missing, guys? I already said Omar. Man, my wife is making sure that I say something to Omar, man. Who cares? Omar knows I love you, man. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your love. I appreciate you. And for you, build us. Don't forget to come on the next time that you see that Dennis is live and come in here with some sense, will you? Man, I love you guys as well. Okay. You guys be good. Stay true to yourself and keep digging for the truth. Okay. You all be safe. Take it easy. Have a good night.